Hello everyone, I am back. I am Rex Red, and we are back with a new EZ3DTV tutorial today. And today we are going to work with background images. And I have worked with background images with you before, and suddenly I realized that a new technique for using background images that I think you will find very interesting. I am here, Art. Welcome, Art. Welcome, Angus. I hope you are having a wonderful day. So, welcome, people. Welcome. So today we are going to work with background images to make a road trip video. Take us along in your pickup. I probably will at some point. I'm not really sure exactly what is in the future right now. I know there's going to be a lot of work that I'm going to have to do coming up to pay for this car. So at this point, there is a possibility of something live, maybe with my phone, doing something live. So we are... we're going to continue here. I have some fun stuff. This is something, a lot of the things that I teach you in these tutorials are things that I have kind of discovered on my own. And it takes me like a long time. And then I'll have this epiphany moment where all of a sudden I'll realize, oh my gosh, that's what's wrong, okay? So we're going to talk about this some more. I'm going to play very quickly. We're going to play our splash screen, and then I will be back. And I am back. We are going to open up Daz Studio now. Splash, splash, splash. Wonderful. Okay. Now you all know how I like to take a plane and put it in the background. And so now, we're going to talk a little bit in the beginning here about the 5090, this new graphics card that's coming out by NVIDIA. And a lot of people are saying it's not really that much faster than the 4090. And then in the last video, I had a few people say, someone said that they were going to buy a 4090, a used 4090. Well, just my personal opinion, I don't think that people are going to be selling their 4090s, okay? You might find a used one, okay? I don't really think people are going to sell them. They're going to give them to their wife or their kids, or they're going to keep them, okay? Because the 4090 is a powerful, powerful, powerful graphics card. And the thing is that to buy a new 4090 is, I don't even know that you can still buy them. If you can buy them new, I'm sure that the availability of them is dwindling. You can probably buy used ones on eBay, but then I've also heard that people are selling 4090s, but they're taking them apart. They're taking the chip out, and they're taking all the chips that are in the middle out. Then they put the cover back on, and they put it back. And then when you go to put it in your computer, the lights come on and everything, but they don't work. And so people, and then what they do is their eBay page is like the next day it's just gone. You don't know how to get in touch with them. They just shut down their entire eBay page, and then they come back the next day and they open another eBay page, and they keep, because these chips, because of the embargoes of these chips, they're in China, they're buying, they'll buy, and through the black market, they'll buy these, just the chips that are on these graphics cards. So yeah, there's issues with buying a used card. So just keep that in mind, all right? My advice is, if you're going to buy a used 4090, buy a new one, okay? And if you're going to buy a new 4090, buy a 5090, okay? Just come up with the money, and if you're going to put it on your credit card or whatever, put it on. The thing is don't buy a 5090 or a 4090 without a plan of upgrading your computer, because your computer just may not have room to run it. It may not have the chips to run it, and you don't want a 5090 card sitting on a shelf waiting for you to upgrade your computer for a half a year, okay? So buying a 4090 or a 5090 usually requires upgrading your system, okay? All right, that's enough of this. So we're going to go into the default here and into products, and we're going to just find some kind of, I think I have something in mind. There was a few things. We're going to find an environment, a new environment that I haven't used before. We're just going to put an environment into the scene. Okay, this barren land here, I think this kind of works. All right, so we'll go with this barren land environments, and we're going to merge this into the scene and see what we get here. Okay, now this isn't quite what I wanted, but let's see. What we're going to do then is move this into the scene. Well, okay, there we go. We're going to move this in like this. Okay, this, I don't think this is going to work, because it's too small. Okay, so it's too small of an area within. You have to kind of be within. I'm looking for an expansive kind of like desert land here. Okay, tundra, here we go. Environments. Okay, we'll put the all preload. We don't want the filament one. Would you like to save changes? No, we'll just put it all in here. Okay. This is exactly what I want here. As soon as it's done loading. Okay. Are you serious? This is like really slow to move around, even in... It might still be loading. No, it's like I can barely move this, even in Iray. I mean, even in texture shaded, so we got to turn something off here. This is kind of a little bit crazy. Center terrain. Okay, this is... All right, it might require that I switch to render settings. Let's see. Optimization, let's turn this on to memory. And stone lichen, let's see, we're going to turn these off. And these instances, okay, let's just turn all this off for now. Well, just the center terrain, what happens when we do that? Okay, that turns off the ground. Okay, so what we'll do is do this. Oh gosh. This, and that. All right, now can we move around? Yeah, okay. All right, so let's see what this looks like now with our in Iray. Okay, this has got some kind of, okay, I see. It's added, I think it's put into the scene an HDRI. So we go into the environments, parameters, and it looks like it has. Yes, it has. Okay, so we draw a dome and we turn that off. Okay, and we got this. Now it looks like the mountains are actually like an image here. Okay, so which is okay. So let's get a different, all right, a different HDRI. We'll browse and go here to our HDRI. I have to set this scene up sort of so that we have, so that it's set up and ready to kind of use. All right, so we're going to go with, I think this will work. All right, we turn this on and this kind of works. Now we move our rotate the dome around a little bit. Okay, this is a little bit bright, but let's take the intensity down to, okay, down to 1. Okay, this kind of works now, and we can rotate the dome around a little bit. Okay, so we have something to work with here. Okay, this isn't really the right, it's not working, so we'll go here to browse. And we're going to look just for another sky here, something else. Oh, I think I used, I may have used put a JPEG up there instead of the HDRI. That's why there's no light in the scene, because there's a JPEG there. Now, let's use one of these, clear skies, see what this does, okay? This should light the scene actually now. Yeah, okay, and we can go up with 2. Alternate, okay, that's even a little brighter, that's nice. Okay, so and when we bring this up, let's see what this, how this looks like up close. It's not the greatest, but usually you aren't that close to the scene. Okay, so I'm thinking, okay, I'm just going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of that whole thing. I'm going to go with ultra scenery, okay, because it's ultra scenery 2 add. It doesn't take that long to put an ultra scenery scene in. And I'd like to have actual trees in the distance and things like that. So, all right, so we're going to save location. We're going to call this scene browse. Browse. Okay, up. New folder. And we're going to call this background lighting. All right. Background lighting. Select that. And then we're going to go here, File, Save As, Scene, Background, Background, Ground, background lighting. All right. So now we bring this, land is up above our camera. So let's bring it down. So we'll bring it down to 2. And we'll bring this down to -5. And we'll bring this up to plus -2. And we'll go 3 here. And 4. Okay, that's good, I guess. And we'll bring this -1. Okay, that didn't work. Let's go -2 again. All right, let's just change this image now. So we go to this image and we'll change the seed. See, okay, there we go. That's what we want. Save this. All right, and let's put a figure in the scene so we know how small and large things are and where our figure's actually standing. It's going to probably appear somewhere in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a background plane in here, but then I'm going to show you a different technique with using them, okay? Which it should be kind of helpful, okay? And we're going to explain what's happening with mesh lighting, okay? All right, we're at the wrong angle here. Okay, so this didn't work, okay, because now this is where my figure is. Okay, let's put some pants on the figure. Put a male shape. We'll go with Sandin. And we will put some skin on. We'll go with Dane. And we'll get a little closer to our figure, and then we're gonna reshape the ground so that it covers this bottom plane here. So by changing the seed. Okay, so we go back to Ultra Scenery 2. We just change the seed here. There we go. And that's pretty good. Now we can come in a little closer. All right, and we'll bring our ground up now just a tiny bit. So we'll go the height. Where is it here? -2, we'll go -1, 1.5. Okay, 1.6, 1.7. Okay, that's enough. All right. Now we've got this. Got our figure here. Now we know where our camera is, how far away things are, and all of that. So it's nice to have it. That's why we bring in a figure in, so we know the perspective of everything. So all right, now what we're going to do is save this, and we go back to Ultra Scenery, and we're going to add now in a biome. Let's see if we can do something instead of a biome. Let's just grab an ecology preset, and we'll go with oaks. This will put grass and rocks and all the things. We don't have water in the scene, so it won't put rocks, but it won't put like river pebbles and stuff. I don't even think we have a road here, so it may not put the verge kind of things in. What we want are some trees, so that our plane in the background will shine through. This is the idea that I'm striving for in this scene. Welcome, people. We may have picked up another viewer. Thank you for coming in and viewing our page here. So yes, let's see what we have. What do we have? It looks like we've got trees or grass or something in our purview. So we have to now go down here. All right, what we can do is road pebbles, okay? I don't think we even have a road here. Let's see, do we have a road? No, I don't think we, maybe we do have a road. Let's just go into, let's render this. Now we go to render settings, optimization, make sure that's set to memory. And we're going to go 1000, so we don't need a big render. We're going to go to progressive renders. We're going to go maximum samples, maximum time, and go to this. Save this again. All right, and now let's do a quick render and see. We're going to have all these leaves and things in front of our figure. Let's see what we have. Okay, so it looks like we've got something here. We got a riverbed. We've got a bunch of stuff. Maybe I shouldn't have done it like this. So, okay, so we cancel this, yes. And, all right. Well, we go back here to our render. I'm going to pull this up a little bit. So I'm going to close the shaping. Okay. All right. We're here to ultra scenery. Road pebbles. River stones. Okay. I'm not sure why they're even here. So I think maybe, okay, this, all right. See this ecology that I chose? It has a road in it. That's why. Okay, let's see. I think this one will probably have a road in it as well. I wish there was like a little description. Okay, so I don't think this is going to work. So what we'll do is we'll just delete everything out of the scene and put it in manually. Now this one has a river. Okay, so it's just as bad. So, all right, what we're going to do is go here to none. I think maybe we can go to none. Yeah, okay, none. Takes everything out. All right, and now this is cleared out. That's good, that works. So what we're going to do is put our own stuff in here. I think these eucalyptus trees are nice because they're very oddly shaped. Okay, and we're looking for that look. So we'll put them in. Okay, there's the eucalyptus. And we're going to put grass, some grass stuff. Well, all right. Let's see what we have here. What's this? Okay, this works. Grassland. Okay. Now let's go here and here. and here. Okay, save this, and let's see what this looks like now in our render. Okay, it's not bad. Okay, I'm a little too low to the ground here. You can see I'm kind of looking up. So what we want to do is come like this and look down. Oh, and unfortunately when I do that, we lose our ground. Kind of changes. So let's take and go to our gamma. Now gamma, what that does is it takes and lowers the amount of white. That didn't work. I think if we go like this maybe. Yeah. Now seed, mix strength. Kind of blends them a little more. Yeah. See, now we can bring this down a little bit like this. Okay, how far are you from the ground? Okay, so let's bring this now up. Yeah, ultra scenery, you kind of have to fuss with it a lot. -1. -5. Okay. Are you almost on the ground? Okay, we're going to go mix strength, gamma, noise, scale, erosion, scale. Let's put a little more erosion here, but then let's take the, all right, the seed. We'll mess with the seed a little bit. Okay, I think this might be, okay, so we're going to take this to 0. Okay, minus 0.5, 0.4. Okay, I think that's better. Okay, so now I can come like this and bring this up a little bit like this, like that. Save this. I can move them down when I need to. All right, so let's see what we have for a render here. Then we'll worry about moving around our trees and stuff and getting them in the right place. Okay. All right, I know what's wrong here with our, okay, our plants and stuff, trees and all. So this is, I like the trees the way they are, so I don't think I need to do that much with them. So, okay, cancel this. Yes, so we have to set our, go into here where our shrub grass is, and we're going to go here to minimum altitude. We'll go -10. All right. And then we'll see, we're going to put a camera, create a camera. All right, lock the camera for now. And we are going to now render, Control R. Let's see what we have now. Well, that works. Okay. Cancel this, yes. All right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to bring, take the camera, unlock it just a minute, briefly. Bring this up a little bit more like that. here. Okay, I don't know what this is in front of us. We're looking through the camera. We have two cameras. Camera 2, which one is which? Camera 1, okay, we'll do that. We'll get rid of camera 2, delete. Okay, save this again. Don't want to confuse the scene. All right, and we'll bring this down just a little bit more. No, that's too much. Okay, and we can bring our figure down a little bit. Genesis 9, set him down on the ground. Okay, that's kind of close enough. Save this. And now let's take a quick render. Okay, now what we're going to do is add some grass as well. Let's cancel this. Yes. Okay, now we'll go back to our Ultra Scenery 2 here. We come up here. We add, what's the base grass? Where is it? Here it is. We'll go with that. Grass cover. All right, let's see what this looks like. Well, we'll wait until it actually shows. There we go. Save this. Okay, and now let's see what our scene looks like here. Yeah, my philosophy is never, ever, ever. Okay, so we have the same problem with our base grass. It's not low, it doesn't go in low enough. Never buy anything used, okay? Just don't. All right, you're buying somebody else's headache. There's kind of a reason. There's a reason why they're getting rid of it, okay? That's a reason. That reason why they're getting rid of it should be the reason why you don't buy it, okay? So that's just that has been my philosophy for over 20, 30 years, okay? I'd have family members call and say, oh, I just got a new computer. And it's like, oh, really? It's like, well, it was my friend's old computer. And, you know, the thing is slow as molasses and it just doesn't do anything. And it's just never, never. I even have seen like people very professional in the business, like who are professionals who I look up to, okay? And they have all these friends in the business, friends, and their friends have these super duper powerful computers, and their friends say, oh, I'm selling my computer. And their computer is like, it seems like it's much more powerful than the computer, but the amount of money that they pay for it, it might be like half of what it might cost to buy a new computer. But if you buy a new computer, you're going to get twice as much. And so that's the thing, is that, and then you won't be 5 years behind your best friend who's doing stuff, you'll be on their level, okay? For once, okay? You just, that's, hey, welcome, Paul, welcome. We have, I think, Art here, and Angus is here, and we may have some other people here. So welcome, friend. Lovely to have you here. The other day, I think it was, somebody came into the chat and I missed seeing them. I think it might have been Divinity's Gate, or it may. I can't even remember who it was, but they said hello to me, and I didn't even notice they had said hello, and it took me like a long time before I even responded to their posts. There's there's nobody in this that comes here that I kind of ignore. I just purposely, I don't ignore anybody. You're all my wonderful people that I love having here. So just keep that in mind, that if I happen to not see you say hi, I'm not ignoring you. Come back in and say something else. Make me notice you. There's no problem with that, okay? So, yeah, not at all. So now we have a ton. We have 222,000, I think, pieces of grass. Save this. All right, let's see what it looks like now in the render. I might make the grass a little bit sparse if we can. I wonder if there's an algorithm set where when you put the grass in, that it tries to put the grass into a place where the other grass isn't. So it's just it's a thought. Like, okay, now this looks really, really, really nice. So I'm liking this, okay? So other than his T-pose, which is annoying the heck out of me. So, all right. So we have something to work with now. So what I'm going to today, I'm going to be talking about this. Remember this, where I put a plane. Okay, with size 50 divisions. We'll go 15 divisions. Okay. So I have just placed a plane in the scene. We are now going out of Iray, and we're going to go to parameters, and I think it would be X would bring this up, yeah, at 90. All right, and then we're going to do what I normally do. I push the plane back. You've seen me do this many, many times, okay? But this time we're going to push this plane quite a ways back, okay? Now, what I'm going to do this time, instead of using the plane, okay, we're not going to be using the plane, okay, we're going to go back even a little bit more, as a light source on our scene, okay? And now this is where, this is what this tutorial is about right now. Okay, we're going to scale that, and then we're going to scale it X, okay? And we're going to save this, all right? And I might bring this up just a little bit so that overlaps, so we don't get the kind of twisted part. So now we're going to find a background image to put on this plane, an HDRI image. Okay, and that is going to be, let's see. I have to think. Okay, my brain is full of so many. Where's parameters? Oh, here we go. We would go to our environment. Oh, no, we go to surfaces, because this is not an environment. Okay, base color. Base color. Where's browse? Okay, something's wrong. I think it's this up above for some reason. Glossy color, image editor. Okay, something's really weird here. Okay, I think what's happening is this thing up here is messing it up. So we're gonna right click, close the window. Now let's see what happens. There we go. It was weird. Okay, browse. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna find a nice image to put on this. Come on. You can paint at any time now. There we go. All right. It's been a while since I've been in this folder. We're just going to find a nice image here. And I want something with clouds and stuff. Let's try this. Okay, so this, and what we can do now is bring this like this. We can go to our parameters and we can go Z scale, bring this up like that. Bring this down like this. Okay. Now, oops. That's been happening a lot lately. Luckily, I had it saved. But not with the, I don't think I saved it with the plane in there, but that's okay. This has been happening a lot once I put a plane in. Not sure what causes that. So, but they'll figure it out. I don't know if you've all noticed that there's been some beta updates, like a couple of them. All right, we're going to go new. Let's bring in back our background lighting scene. Would you like to save changes? No. All right. Okay. Come back. Okay, a little bit of backtracking. All right, so I think I saved it after well, let's take a look at this and see if he's on the ground, remember, and I think I saved it after I put the grass in. And I fixed the grass. Yeah, okay, so we did. So we cancel this. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. Now, what we do here is we go back to our primitives and we put the plane in 50 and 15 accept, and we're going to go out of Iray, and then we're going to go X is going to be 50, 90, 90, and Z, push this back. Okay, like that. Oh, I already have a plane in here. Apparently I saved it with the plane already in here. Okay, enter, escape, delete. Okay, here's our plane already. Okay, so I just didn't notice it. Let's now go back to our surfaces, plane. Let's save this again. All right, now we go to base color, browse, and we're going to go up here to HDRI, all, and let's see if we can find a nice HDRI to load. Hopefully it's not going to crash on us. Okay, what have we got? All right, we're getting somewhere. We're getting to some of these. Here we go. That's the one I used. All right. Then we take and save this again. And we're going to take this. Now, normally what I do is I put this map on the emission color, okay? This time, we're not going to do that. We're just going to leave it on the base color, okay? And we're going to go here to parameters, and we're going to scale this Z like that. Bring this down like this. Z a little bit more, like that. Okay, and I'm going to scale this big like this. And I'm going to move this over here. Okay. There we go. Save this. Okay. Maybe bring that down a little bit more like that. Now we're going to save it again. Let's go into our render here. And see what our sky looks like. Is it like all drab looking, or is it kind of bright and vibrant? What have we got? Yeah, I don't see anything. Oh, there we go. Now I'm not sure why. Okay, I might be in the, okay, would you like to cancel this render? Yes. I might be in the wrong view, like I might not have my camera selected, or, okay. Not sure why that's not showing, but let's bring this up a little bit more like this. And, okay. So we go back to surfaces. Okay, what we can do now, we'll put this emission in here as well. Now this is called what? But what we're going to not do, bright, okay, base color, is, okay, base color, this is called DTEC, DTEC. So we go down here to emission color, BCD, TEC, okay, there it is. And we'll turn this on, okay, but we're not going to give it these lumens, okay? We're not going to give it any more lumens than what it has. We don't, okay, now here's where we're going to have an explanation about what's going on, okay? Literally, when you put this image here, and you can even put it into the luminance, which is really nice to do. It gives it a nice, deep, vibrant look, okay? What happens when you do this is that each pixel, each little pixel, okay, on this plane becomes like a point light, okay? So it's like having, like, you know, 10,000, 100,000 spotlights in your scene, okay? And there is a thing called path, and you guys got to help me with this. It's called path parsing, or path. Okay, I had it here. Path. Let's go here. Open. Where is it? View history. Today. Path tracing. Okay, path tracing. Okay, and this is what these new the new 5090 is really good at. Okay, it's called, thank you Art for the suggestion. I would have said parsing. It's called path tracing. And what happens, it's ray tracing, okay? It's just they come up with these new words because they come out of different disciplines of programs and companies and all, and they all have their own word for the same thing. It's ray tracing, okay? So, but it's path tracing. And the 5090 graphics card is supposed to have like a lot more chips on it. You know, you hear about them talking about ray tracing with, but the thing is when you have like so many lights where each pixel on this image is turned into like a point light, okay? So that what happens is when we go to render this, let's save this again just in case. I should always look up because I can tell if there's an asterisk after the duff up top here, if I've made edits. So is that you will see that having a million, okay, something's wrong here because it doesn't look like it's rendering. Oh, it is rendering, okay. So it is correct now, okay. So what we have here, now you'll notice that you can see the backlighting from this image, okay? And the computer has a really difficult time. I don't know why. Oh, thank you very, very much. Thank you for the compliment on the scene. Thank you. So I don't know why that this happens so much with our back with a plane, okay? But with the HDRI that is surrounding the entire scene, for some reason that it doesn't seem to do that. Like we get really nice path tracing with the HDRI, but with this, now if I turn this up, so we'll cancel this. We can render this a little larger than that. Would you like to cancel this render? Yes. So we can bring the lumens up a little bit. We'll make this, we'll go to our render settings, and we'll do this at 2000. Why not? And so we bring this up a little bit, and we go here to now our back to our parameters, notice surfaces, and we'll take this, the lumens, and we'll bring this up, and we'll put a 2 there, okay? And you're going to see it emphasized a lot more, where when you put a bunch of light on that plane, that it's going to create this massive distortion on your scene. That it can look just horrible, okay? Like really, really bad. And the thing is that I can render this with, like right now, we're probably up to, let's see how many iterations we're up to. We're up to 1,000 already. This scene should be kind of done rendering. 2,000 is usually, but it's still going to have, see how speckled this is? It's still going to have these speckles, okay? And look at the speckles here. They're just, even if I go up to 10,000 iterations, it's still going to have these weird speckles, okay? And so how do you fix it, okay? And so we're going to experiment, okay? Because I don't know if this is going to work or not, That's why I'm making stuff up as I go along. All right, this is why we do stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to take and turn off. We'll bring our luminance down to like 500 and see what happens, okay? In fact, we could just turn the luminance off. All right, let's just turn off the emission. So we've got this beautiful backdrop, but we don't have it putting off light, okay? It's visible, all right? It's visible, but it's not a light source, okay? And you're going to notice now all of those speckles are going to be gone, okay? But it's not going to be a light source, okay? So now we have this, beautiful backdrop. Good morning. We are either going to learn how to or how not to. Well, I have a feeling this is going to work, okay? So now we don't have this. So now our backdrop, it's not a bad looking backdrop, okay? It's not a bad looking sky and all. We just don't have the backdrop light, okay, coming through, all right, our scene. So here's my clever idea, okay, is instead we put one source, one little point, okay, and that instead of thousands or a million points on this pixel, on this image, okay, we can still come into this image and we could give it like a hue, like we could give it like a little bit of an orangey hue, okay? See how that did that? And we can give it like a little bit of, now let's go into the render again. And we can still kind of give this image, like tint it, okay, to our liking. So, but what we're going to do is we're going to backlight our scene with one tiny little dot, okay, instead of millions of them, okay? And all right, so it doesn't look that noticeable, okay, but we did tint it a little bit. Okay, so now what we're going to do, now remember we still have our HDRI on, okay? So our HDRI is still lighting. So what we can do now is we can take this base color, we can bring this in. Now our HDRI doesn't seem, it's like, because I don't understand this, okay? But because the HDRI is like this infinite thing, okay? Infinite geometry. Okay, so we're going to go now to parameters. All right, we can, it doesn't seem to have that same difficulty with path finding, okay, with path tracing. Okay, so we're looking for the this economy sky. All right, we're going to place that as our HDRI. Then we can move, so remember we have this same sky on our plane, but we've also placed it on our HDRI. And now we're going to go into Iray, because the plane will show in Iray, okay? And then what we're going to do is we're going to move the dome, because this sun is probably behind this plane, okay? So you'll notice as I start rotating, all of a sudden, notice now the sun, and I think the sun would be better on this side, coming in from this side, okay, just for the heck of it, okay? Now we can light the front of our scene with the same HDRI, and now we can take, now this HDRI, the plane that's on our plane, okay, we can come in here and to our surfaces, and we can just darken it a bit, okay, give it a little bit more, darken it a tiny bit, and we have to take off the gloss, because remember, a sky isn't shiny, okay? No matter how you manage to think of it, a sky is never shiny, like where it's going to see, you'll see the reflection of the land on the sky. It doesn't, skies aren't shiny, okay? So you always have to come in when you put this plane in here and turn this glossy color to black, okay? And that just takes all the shine out of your sky, okay? So now we could go here with this yellow and maybe put a little more yellow in here, okay? That's kind of pretty. And we could make it a little bit darker even and just kind of make it a little more intense. But I think that's too much. Okay, there we go. So what we're going to do now is, now we have our camera. Let's lock our camera. All right, that should have put locks on it. Yeah, it did. All right, let's save it again. Okay, now we're going to look at this from the perspective view, and let's take our ultra scenery plane and let's click this locate thing here, all right? And you can see now what we have in our scene. There's our HDRI, okay? And here is our plane. What we're going to do is we're going to put a spotlight, create a new spotlight into our scene, okay? And now we have this, and we're going to bring the spotlight out here and over here a little ways, a little bit further. Okay, and we're going to look at through the spotlight. We're going to turn it around like this from the back and like this. We're going to come up with it so we're above the horizon a little bit. And we're going to come like this, over a little more, a little bit more. Okay, and then we're going to point it in this way. Okay. And see, instead of a million lights, the spotlight, remember, is a point. Okay? It's a point. All right? And so we're only applying one light into the scene. And I want it to come down a little bit into the scene. Okay? All right, now we go back to our camera. And there's our spotlight right there. And what we're going to do is now is crank this spotlight up. Okay, and I think I'd like to move this over like about here. Right about where the sun is, okay? And now we're going to go look back through our spotlight so that we can angle it here. Like this. So it's going to come through those trees. All right, now we go back to our camera. Save this. And then we're going to go to parameters and we'll turn up our spotlight to something a lot, like give it a lot of light. Let's go 9, 9, two of them. Let's go add another 9. Okay, one more maybe. I don't know how many 9s this is going to need. Maybe another. I don't know if this is going to work. Maybe another 9. One more. There we go. So we got too many 9s here. Let's go to 2. All right. Now, save this. Okay. We could bring, well, I'm going to leave that there like that. Okay, now let's render this. Now we're going to see the spotlight coming through the trees, like as if it's the sun. Okay, but I don't believe we're going to have that effect of all those little specks. And because what's happening is the paths are so complex. Now look at this, see? See what we have? Now we have the two, and it works. Okay, so let's take this down to 2 and see what happens. Let's go to 1. All right, I think that might work. And let's give the spotlight a color, a nice little orangey kind of yellow. And then we go back here and see what we have. So suddenly we have our beautiful detailed sky, okay, that we have. Because why did we put that plane there? Because we didn't want to stretch that image all the way around the scene, or else we would have only, in the background, we would have only had this one little cloud, okay? And it would have been all pixelated. But now we have this beautiful, deep colored sky. Now this sky, we can make it brighter if we need to, okay? But look at what we have here now. You see, look at the effect, and because the spotlight is a tiny point, we have all these long, hard shadows from the trees, okay? It gives us, now we can take and cancel, we go cancel here. We can add some, and it looks like it's coming from the sun there, okay? And we can add a little bit more color to that. All right, save this. And so, yeah, this should be a draw drop moment, okay? Because what we've done is and so now instead of all of these lights fighting each other, each one is a spot to the computer's trying to figure each one of their paths. And it's not doing a very good job, okay? Figuring their paths, okay? And so now look how nice the light hits all of this. You don't have any of that, none of that pixelation, okay? Because the computer is able to figure that one point, okay? And I believe that that's the way these infinite HDRIs work, because it's so far away that the brightest part of the image is the only light, actual light. So it's still like one point, and the rest of the sky is not doing much. It's not sending many rays into your scene. It's just that one point in the sky that's sending the light. It's very sensitive, where if it's a sun that's in the middle of the scene, it's going to take that little sun in the middle of the scene and it's going to just send light from that. But the rest of it, since it's not white like the sun, it's not going to send any light from that. And so you don't have all this competing rays of light. But when you turn this into now, one thing you lose here, okay, is that when you're using this as an emissive, okay, that this area of the sky is sending pink out, and this area of the sky is sending blue out, and there's little bits of green, and there's this kind of grayish color and all this, and this is greenish in here and yellow, and then you have yellow and you have some oranges and reds in here. That it's sending that whole, it's putting, a gradient on your scene. And yes, so it's a little bit less realistic looking. Now I can take this light and make it like really red, okay? This is a spotlight here. We can control this light and do what we want with it, okay? And so we'll take this down to 0, to a 0 here. Okay, and And now, and you have your spread angle, and you have this shadow types, the geometry of point. Now you could make it a little bit larger, okay? But and the thing is that you could put a tiny little plane there, okay, and turn that plane into a one-sided, and then you'd have, if you want softer lights, if you don't want all these hard shadows, I mean, if you want softer shadows, I mean, if you don't want all these hard shadows, then you can make, or you can take the point and turn it into a square and make that square a little bit larger. And so you're adding more pixels to your light, you're more rays, okay? But they are going to be, but it won't be like millions of them, okay? So this came out kind of pinkish. So what we do is, if we really want this to be, and I think the best way to do this, and now I'm kind of just making this up as I go along because this is something that just occurred to me. It's like to try and fix these problems. So I think what I kind of like is to keep this like in the yellowish kind of orange hue here, and keep it like that, but then go to my main environment here, all right, the HDRI, and I can just give this, the whole HDRI, a little bit of a kind of light like this, and see how that just made the background vibrant, because it is shining on that. And so now we have this spotlight putting this white light into the scene, okay, but we also have this warmth of the HDRI, which is probably too warm, but let's see what we have here. I think this is going to be a nice, yeah, you see just the tips of the grass are getting this really nice white light, but then the overall ambience is brought in from this spotlight. And you have to attenuate the way you want it to be. But what's nice is that this is as sharp and as can be. It's not really all this pixelated stuff, okay? It's very sharp and it's very nice. It's a very nice kind of lighting. So you have to attenuate the way you want this to work and all. So now then I don't really like him being all red like this. Well, you just put a spotlight on him from this, in this closer, and that will overpower the light coming from behind. So this is how we do this. Now we could take and close this. We can take our spotlight and bring it down some. All right, so it just comes across the horizon. Goo Goo Ghost, Shaggy. Oh, welcome, Serenity's Gate. Welcome, welcome. I didn't see you here. Very nice. I missed somebody last time. I'm not sure. Somebody came in and I just didn't even say hi, but welcome, welcome, welcome. The ghost light, okay, you can use a ghost light, okay, but you see, the thing is, Serenity's Gate, you kind of came in late, okay, into here, but you see this plane, okay, is an well, we turn the emission off. It's like, why use a ghost light? Why not just use this large plane and turn the emissive on? And this was the problem. Okay, I'm going to just render this real quick. Is because when you turn a plane into an emissive, the image, the light that's on the plane, it has a dimension like pixels. Okay, so the larger you make the plane to the level so that it didn't quite come up over the hill. Okay, so that is so. What happens now? You notice though, all right, because okay, we're going to let this keep rendering. Because this is only one ray source, okay? That it's coming from this spotlight as one source, okay? As a point of light that's spreading out, okay? Well, the computer can compute those rays because they're kind of all as one source. But when you have two sources, okay, then they're both going to intersect, like they're going to weave themselves into each other, okay? And the computer has to figure all of that collision, okay, of the rays. And when it tries to figure that collision, this is path tracing, okay? When it has to figure, it doesn't do a good job, okay? It just says, I give up. Now, this plane that's in here, has all of these pixels on it. It's a certain size image, it's a certain size plane, and it has a certain amount of pixels. Well, each pixel is a light source. Okay, so when I turn this plane on, yes, would you like to cancel this render? Yes. Now notice how defined, like this grass here looks perfectly rendered, okay? It looks, the trees, the branches on the trees, you don't see any, and on him, okay, and under his arms, you don't see any like fireflies, and that's what causes fireflies is when the light when the computer can't compute the light paths, the path tracing, the light, the ray tracing. It can't compute the rays because it became too complex. And so when you have like a dark scene, and when you mix lighting, okay, then the lights have, like you put, like say, all right, I want to have a spotlight over here, and I want to have a point light over here in the scene, and I want another spotlight over here, but it's really, really dark, okay? Then what happens is the darker the room, the harder it is for the computer to figure. The darker the room, the harder it is for the computer to figure the rays because they're isolated, and so it has to really be precise. But when the room becomes like so illuminated, you got so many darn lights in the room that the room is like all bright, well then all the computer does, then you can't really notice the computer's mistakes because the room is already kind of all just lit up. So you can't really notice the problems. But this is a kind of dark scene. So when you use a ghost light, okay, that ghost light is an actual plane, and on that ghost light plane are a bunch of pixels all lined up in a row, and each pixel is a spotlight, okay? And each pixel is sending out rays. And those rays can bounce off other things, and when they do, it creates chaos for your computer to have to render it. So the smaller your ghost light is, like if it's up close and it's really close to your figure, okay, it's not. But if you make a gigantic ghost light and you put it behind your scene and you light something, it's going to create a nightmare for the computer, because all those pixels are sending out a different ray of light, and the computer has to figure all of them out. So here's an example. So this, what we did was we turned the emission off on this plane, so there's no emission coming from it. And it's not really that pretty without emission. We could add a tiny bit, okay? Just enough to brighten it up, but not enough to give it like self-illumination, but not enough to actually reach the land, okay? So, but now I'm going to show you the difference when we try. Now we're going to turn off our spotlight, okay? So now it's not lighting the ground. This is now being lit by the HDRI. Now we'll turn off our environment. Okay, we'll just go here and draw a dome. We'll just turn this off to scene only. Okay, well, of course we don't have anything on. Now we go back to our plane and we turn the plane back on. We go to surfaces and we turn the plane back into an emissive. So we turn this back on, and now all of these lights, okay, and you can see already here that everything looks like little speckles of light. You see, because it's a million little things of light. So we bring this up to 2.2. Now notice all the little speckles of light here. Now the only light in the scene right now is this background, but let's render this. And now you're going to notice all the little pieces of grass. Yes, we get this beautiful array of lights like these. This light is pink here, this light's yellow. These little teeny tiny, there's a bunch of yellow ones in here, bunch of red ones here, some blue ones. They're all sending out these different colored lights, but the computer has to figure the path of each of these lights. Now, it doesn't mean, Serenity's Gate, you can't use a small little ghost light, but because a spotlight is also a ghost light. Okay? So now we go back here. So it doesn't mean you can't use a ghost light, but the larger you make that ghost light, the more, okay, now it's not going to let us even see it here. Come on. Come on. All right, alternate tab, show us this. Okay, show us that. All right. It's not going to let us see it. Where is it? Okay. Is it on my other monitor somehow? Did it get pushed over here? Where are you? Okay. Okay. Echo HDMI 1.
Okay.
I mean, Echo HDMI 2.
Okay.
Okay, it's up here. All right. So now look at the graininess here. You see, you've got this beautiful HDRI compute all those little pixels as a ray, as an individual ray of light. Okay? So you can say this is very beautiful. It's stunningly realistic, okay? But no matter how much you render it, it's still going to have this kind of ugly looking noise, okay? And it just, you know, sometimes you can get by, like it will actually, if you render it up to like 24,000, you know, iterations, it will reticulate enough and kind of figure the rays and figure them out and fix it. But sometimes you can go up to 24,000 echo HDMI 1 most
Okay.
of the time. You can render it up to 24,000 iterations and still end up with it very, very pixelated. Okay? So the way to do this, okay, is to not use, you can turn on the HDRI, okay? But you just don't want it to reach all the way to the land, okay? So what you would do is just take some of these twos out, like this one, okay? And it's still reaching the land, okay? So we would go 500. Okay, now it's just barely reaching the land, and it looks like it might act. We could go 200, okay? Then we come here with our spotlight. We turn that on, and we also, we turn on our environment light. Oop. Parameters, environment, scene. We go to dome and scene. And then, and we could take this environment down a little bit. The environment, let's see, down to 1. Okay. And then we go back to our render. And I brought that down below the, I want to bring that back up. I'll let it render a little bit. Back the light back up a little bit. Okay, so we go, would you like to cancel this? Yes. Now you might say, well, it looks kind of grainy. This is only because I only let it get about 2 or 3 iterations. You're going to see that it will render just as sharp. It won't have all that grainy, that noise, okay? So we're going to take our spotlight here and move it up a little bit more so it points down into the scene a little better. And let's take and go back here to our spotlight. Let's point it down. Okay, now we go back to our camera. And let's take some of this light off the spotlight to just go to parameters, spotlight. We'll bring this down to 8. Okay, save this. And now we can go here. And the spotlight's coming up over the hill, and it's coming and it's shooting through the trees, and we're going to get all these hard shadows, and we're going to get, and it's going to light all those pieces of grass up, like what our plane would do, but it's only one source. And the computer is, look at this, each piece of grass is going to become so defined. And you don't have all that kind of hashy noise here. Okay, it's going to work. It's going to work here. Look at the hard shadows here. Now we get to Serenity's gate suggestion and say, okay, well, what is a compromise? And what we could do is, if you don't want these really, really harsh shadows here, okay, then the larger you make your ghost light, okay, you put a plane there, but if that plane's just a little patch of lights coming through, okay, then, you know, it might be only, instead of like 200,000 pixels, each one being a light on this image on this plane here, it might only be like 2,000, or 1,000 little on a little teeny ghost light. And that will at least be a compromise. And the wider you make that ghost light, the softer these shadows will be. But I tend to think, that's why I put these trees here. I tend to think that these shadows are really actually very beautiful, okay? So I tend to think that's the whole point of this. Now, we can take this and take this light down a little bit. It's a little bit too intense. So we take our spotlight here and we bring it down like to this, maybe. See what we get, all right? So it's a matter of attenuating these sources of light, and so that you don't end up with some sort of light source that has millions of little spotlights in it. And I would say even this right here is really beautiful. You have these lights here. Now you could theoretically use a distant light to do the same thing. The distant light is a faraway point, but if you put the distant light where this sun is here, it would be behind our plane and the plane would just block it. So the only way to do this is to put a spotlight. Now it looks like this spotlight is kind of, there's a lot of little, what would you call it, fireflies in the trees. Those will go away, okay? This is an amazing thing. Now, this light hitting him here, okay? There's a possibility of putting a ghost light behind him, but turning it off, and that ghost light would probably block that spotlight, okay? Because ghost lights, you can see through them, but they do have a tendency to block light. Okay, so let's try that out, okay? Just so you can see, because just because we can see through it doesn't mean light can pass through it, okay? Now let's put a ghost light in here. And, okay, so we put this square light here. We'll go out of here. We bring the light up like this. We turn the light, rotate it, not like that Z, rotate it this way. We put it behind him like that, and up, over, and up like this. And then we turn off the light so it doesn't have any surface. We go here, the lumens. That's efficacy. We go to this to 0. Let's just go to 0. So it's not putting out any light. And now we go and render this. And I have a feeling this ghost light will actually block that light coming in and hitting his head. But I'm not positive, but I think it actually doesn't have, light can't pass through it. We can see through it, but light can't pass through it, I don't believe. Yeah, see, it's gone now. There's no light on his face. Well, it is actually still there. It might be coming from the side, from our light. I might have to turn it a little more. Let's see. Or, yeah, I could be wrong, okay, but I don't believe, I don't think I am, but let's see if we turn it this way. Surface, parameters, Y, rotate. No, not that one, this one. Z, X, Z, rotate. No, X rotate. No, I have to get up here. Perspective, here. Okay, where's our light? Okay. we will use this, like that. X translate, Z. Okay, I might not, okay. That should block that light. Okay, let's see. Go back to our camera. Save this. Now there might be a setting in the ghost light that allows light to go through, but I don't believe light can pass through a ghost light. No, it looks like it's just the same amount that's going through, so it would appear it can pass through. Now, it might be these particular ghost lights. Now, I don't know that it can. I don't use them as main lights a lot. Usually just for accents or fill lights. Well, you have to be careful that the ghost light comes with a cost, and that is because the light is going to be, it's going to be all these little, a whole array of lights. Now I'm wondering if this is coming from, if it is blocking. Okay, let's turn off the environment for a moment. Surface, let's find out which light's doing this. Because maybe the environment light doesn't pass through it, but the spotlight can. Okay, now let's see. So we turn scene only. Okay, let's go into this and see. Okay, so this is coming. This is the spotlight. The spotlight is obviously going right through the ghost light. Okay, so now there might be a way of making that not happen. Okay, emission profile. Okay, emission color. Two-sided is off. Wonder if we turn this to black. No. Back to white. Emission color to black. No, okay, so this particular ghost light, now, okay, let's try, we'll put a plane here, okay, behind him. Okay, this plane, parameters, scale it down. Okay, and we'll go rotate like this to 90 degrees. Y translate. We bring this over. Now this is definitely going to block this. Okay, Y rotate. Oops, Z. Let's use this instead. Okay, then we push this back a little, like this, and up. Okay. Then we take our plane parameters, surfaces, and we make the cutout opacity So now it is actually able to shine through these. I don't know that that may be a new thing, okay, because they've changed the planes a lot. But I think there's a way to turn this off, to add another base thin film. Okay, glossy color, base color. There's a way to add because when you turn a plane into a mesh light, let's see, do I have that here in the dev items? I used to. I've had to redo my dev items so many times. And there's a yeah, ghost lights are really nice. The only thing, like I said, is that they come with a payload, and that is because they have all those little teeny tiny, each one is a spotlight, each one is a pixel. Like the spotlight is a light from a single point. Now this ghost light here, and so, and that's the thing, is that you can take a plane and you can put an image on that plane and then turn that plane into an emissive and then crank up that emissive, and that plane, that image, it'll send a gradient of color into your scene. That's because each point of the image is a separate light. So if you got this picture of an ocean with blue and a red sky, then it's going to send red into your scene where the sky area is, and it's going to send blue into your scene where the water is on that image. And that's so, and it's because the image is broken up into little teeny pin lights, and each pin light has a different color coordinate. And so, and they become a ray, that color coordinate becomes a ray of light that the computer computes. So there is a way to do this. I think they fixed something that was broken, because you used to be able to take a ghost light. It might be some of these older ghost lights. So we go to this plane here, we'll take that out, and we'll take, okay, we have, all right, so let's go to an older ghost light. Let's see, some of these older ghost lights. No, okay, ghost light 1. Okay, this. Okay, ghost light 1, ghost light 1, okay. So I don't think I have them in here. I'm wondering how we would make an invisible shade. Okay. Make an that will block light. How can I make an invisible plane in Dad's Studio that will block light? Create a plane, add a plane to your scene. Apply an emissive shader, select the plane and apply the emissive shader. Adjust the opacity set the cutout opacity to a very low value to make the plane almost invisible. See, I knew that there was a way. Okay, so Z, we'll go undo this. Okay, we have this plane here, all right? So we go to the plane. It says add an emissive. So we go to surfaces. Okay, plane. And we emissive color, all right? But we don't want the plane to actually, okay, so then we go luminance, we go to 0.1. We just go to 1. Okay, 0.0. Okay, I can still see it, but okay, it said now we do the cutout opacity. Now see, that's letting the light come right through. See, I'll tell you this is new. Okay. Okay, create a plane, add the plane to your scene, apply the emissive shader, select the plane, apply the emissive shader. Okay, we did that. Adjust opacity. Set the cutout opacity to a very low value, example 001, to make the plane. Set the emission straight. Adjust the luminance value to control the intensity of the light emitted by the plane. Okay, that's so he's going to say, "Oh, I'm sorry, you're right." Okay, that I catch the that's what we're doing. We're training the AI. Okay, that is for a ghost light, not for a. All right, that is for a ghost light, comma, not for an invisible plane that will block light. I see. Thanks for the clarification. If you want to create invisible, okay, create a plane, add a plane to your scene, apply Iray Uber base shader. Select the plane and apply the Iray shader. Adjust the opacity, set the cutout opacity to 0 so the plane becomes. Adjust the surface parameter. Make sure the diffuse and specular colors are set to pure black. RGB 0 to avoid unwanted reflections. Okay. Set the plane to block light. Go to the parameters tab under the rendering section. Say visible in render option to on. This ensures it blocks light. Okay, so we could probably go here. Visible in render. Okay, that one is all red. That's our plane. It's set to on. Okay, well, let's see if this blocks the light in the render. I need to set that down, the opacity down even more, but okay. Okay, so okay, this is not blocking the light. So cancel. All right, we're going to go to the DAS forums. DAS forums. Okay. I know I own a product that does this, but I can't remember, okay? Technical help. New discussion. How do I make a plane that is but how do how do I make a plane that is invisible but blocks light? Okay, here. And then I think I bought a product, UCT, a while back that does this, but I forget what it was. Any help on this is much thanks in advance. Okay, how do I make a plane that is invisible but blocks light? I think I bought a product a while back that does this, but I forget what it was. And any help on this is much appreciated. Thanks in advance. How do I make a plane that is invisible but blocks light? I think I bought a product a while back that does this, but I forget what it was. Any help on this is much appreciated. Thanks in advance. Post discussion. Okay. All right, post. See how long it takes for that to come up. Okay. Now I'm wondering, we're going to turn off the plane in the spotlight. Okay. And then we're going to turn on our HDRI. And I'll bet this plane, even though it doesn't block the spotlight, I bet it blocks the HDRI. Okay, so there's a possibility that we've got two things going here. Now, plane, two kinds of, okay, we have the scene only. And, okay, environment options. We go here, scene only. We want to go dome and scene. All right. And then we'll take this and we'll do what it said to 001.00 surface. We go to, that's what we have. Oh, that's luminance. Okay, cutout opacity, 0.001. Okay, that's invisible now. All right. Now, if I turn this, if we go to our perspective view, all right. And what if we turn this? Okay, it said to make sure the diffuse was off so it's not shiny, I think. Or there was that diffuse part. Okay, so why rotate? Maybe we just didn't, I didn't like follow the directions, okay, but. Okay, and now if I go here, and like this. Okay, see, that's not blocking the HDRI either. Okay. Now it says here, to make sure the diffuse color and specular, okay, adjust surface for, make sure the diffuse color and specular color are set to pure black to avoid unwanted reflections. We're not worried about the reflections on the, okay, but let's see. Let's go to surfaces. That'd be parameters, right? No, surfaces. Excuse me. Diffuse. That would be the glossy color, which would be 0. Okay. Glossy color. Emission color. And then we have the emission. Okay, we have that set to 0, 0, 1. One-sided. Okay, that didn't work. Okay. We go to this parameters. Okay, that just made it invisible, so that didn't work. Visible and render. We'll just do a quick render to see if it's blocking it in the render. That's funny. Serenity's Gate. Well, I have some other nice people that respond to me, and also there's also what he has a panda, I think, or something. Crosswind is very helpful. So Richard knows his stuff. He's just like you said. He just has a horrible demeanor, and so it kind of makes you feel like cancel this render. Yes, it's like not wanting to know the answer. All right, let's take this spotlight and bring this up a little more. So it's just a tiny bit more. It'd be nice to be able to block it from him, but still have the effect on the ground. Surfaces, so we go here to... Now I think there's something I could do to his skin which would make him less reflective. Like there is something, but let's try a different, let's see if we can learn how to make a light block. And now, all right, so we're gonna turn up the light a little bit more. Spotlight, where's our spotlight? Turn that back on, and we'll go to our environment options. Let's see. There's a name for that. Now we'll go to block here. Let's see. Everything with block in it. Snow, rain. Now I know that 3Delight has that. Okay, so I'm going to say here, go to the parameter. Okay, well let's do what he said. Let's apply an Iray Uber shader, okay? Because maybe this is some kind of modern like shader that Daz has put on the plane by default. So we'll go and find. We'll follow. He says to put an Iray shader. So we'll go here to surfaces, presets. We have to select it first. Okay, we have it selected. Then presets, default, shaders, Uber base. Okay. Okay, let's try that again. All right. Now we'll go back to surfaces to the editor. Okay. Oh, it's pretty much the same thing. So, but then we go to parameters and it says, yeah, okay. Point at, resolution base, point at, Z. I'm not seeing any way to do this. We have the correct plane selected. Let's try a different Uber base. Surfaces, presets. Let's go make sure we have these both selected. Let's find a different Uber base. Base, Uber. Here's architectural. Okay. And we'd go to environment options, parameters, scene only. Okay. Let's go to our plane here. And we go here. No, see, that's not blocking it either. And let's go from the front. Make sure we're up high enough to block it. No. Surfaces, editor. Okay, this is architectural. Oh, look at this. Absorption on. Thin walled on. This is kind of interesting. This this isn't Iray. This won't even work. I'm surprised it's even. This is not Iray. Okay, we go back to surfaces. Oversee it. Oh, it does say MDL. That's weird. Okay, that resets everything. Then we go back to parameter, to surfaces, editor. We come back here and turn, it's set to turn the emission on. And then turn the luminance down to 0.001. No, not luminance. Go to 0 for luminance. And then we put our cutout opacity to 0.001. And it's letting that light go right through. I had a problem with this in I think they fixed it. I had a problem with this where I was using a ghost light and it wasn't letting light through. And I think they fixed it. And which was a kind of nice feature to have it not let light through. Now, I think we need apply the mesh light. To create an invisible plane that blocks light, create a plane. Apply the mesh light base shader. Select the plane. Apply the mesh light base shader from the shader presets. Okay. I forget what it's called. I forget what the mesh shader is called. Iray emissive shader. All right, let's go here to I don't think this is it. Okay, it's in here and it goes, I never can remember where this is. We go to, not parameters, we go to okay, I have something missing here. We have smart content and we're missing planes. The smart content, what's the other content library? That's it. I think that goes here. Yeah, now what we do, files, we go here to DAS, my DAS library. What's that called? It's not in props. Where is that? Okay, emissive. Let's look for this. Oh, I hate this search here. It just never works. Somewhere in here is a now wait for the Führer. Okay, let's see what we got. Oh, emissive. It took a long time. Okay. Okay. Let's try this. And it says create link, show asset in I don't know if that's going to work. All right, products. Oh, that's not what I wanted either. What a list of products. Under C. Show, okay, it would be in content library. Browse to file location. No, that's not it. Okay, well, this is. That's not it either. I can never remember where. Okay, it might be in. There's like a DAS. Okay, maybe if I go up here. Okay, dev items. Now it doesn't let me like find where these go, like these dev items. I can't right click on them. There's no drop down like locate item kind of thing. There's a special thing you add to mesh. Okay, let's go back here. Let's see if somebody responded. Refresh. Okay, shaders, presets, shader presets, templates. Okay, I think it's under, okay, library, it's under like DAS 3D maybe here. No, DAS companion file content. Architecture assets. There's so many different like folders here that have like hardly nothing in them. Okay, emissive. Okay, that's because I have this emissive. They don't like have anything in them, but they have allowed, DAS has allowed them to create folders, and it just makes this finding stuff like so much harder to do. Like this DAS 3D, I don't think there's anything in this. It says High Tides outfit, but it doesn't look like there's anything in this folder at all. There might be something hidden. It's like, why is it here? All right, documentation. General. Like this, okay, general. Okay, now I maybe it's just taking forever to find these things, but whatever this general is, it doesn't seem to be anything in there either. I just wish it wasn't like that. This wasn't so kind of messed up. Libraries. Okay, well, I'm not getting anywhere with this. So at this point, presets, there's somewhere in here, there's this DAS folder with all of the DAS. Let's go back here to Uber. Okay, let's see where this takes us. Map folder. Okay, it's in the map folder. Iray. Okay. All right, so that's actually very helpful there. So now we go to, let's see, what are some of the other PBR with it? Let's try this, PBR skin, find that. Okay, what was that called? PBR skin plus. Okay, let's put parentheses here. Here it is. Right click, okay, show asset in map folder. Okay. Iray shaders, that was here. Okay. I can't remember what that was called. It's how you turn a mesh into a light, into an emissive. It's not just adding emission. It's got something else that you add and you can turn on. It gives you extra features. Okay, maybe I put it in here. Some of these things. Flexi keys. Well, it looks like we're gonna be in a mess until we figure this out. Okay, emission add, this isn't it. So I didn't have, see, I've had these things set up before and then I lost all of my favorites and go away. Now I can't remember. how to find it. It's a special DAS folder. It's kind of weird that DAS would add all of these important things into one folder. It's like very important. Like one of them gives you like a fog, and like these just kind of weird things. Fog. If I go here, it's going to come up with a million fogs. But if I can find this particular fog, it will take me to that folder. ABF fog, maybe this is it. Let's say show asset in map folder. No, okay, that didn't go back, that didn't work. Back. Okay. All right. My stomach is complaining to me. There's not much I can do. Oh, this might be it. No, I think that's... looks like it, but it's not it. Fog. What's that? It's not called fog. It's atm. Nope. I can't for the life of me figure out what this is. I know if I do this Uber, okay, one of these Ubers, this kind of Uber thing, one of these, okay, DAS 3D library. One of these Uber will take me there. The architectural one. You would think there would be like a good, some kind of keyword that would take you here. It's kind of such an important little folder with all of these basic things that you set things up with. And I can never find it. I can never find this darn folder. And I've taught about it. It's like the only way to find it is to look through all of my videos on my channel. One of them somewhere I did it. This is the architectural one. We go to show asset and map folder. NVIDIA MDL examples. Iray. No. It's a DAS folder. Don't think it's in shaders. Scene scripts, shader presets. Might be in one of these prop folders. No. Okay, well, at this point, I am spinning my wheels. Refresh. Iray Section Plane can just do what you want. Well, that's kind of Iray Section Plane. Powerful use to control the limit of rendering area within a scene. It acts like a virtual cutting plane that hides everything beyond a specific boundary without altering your scene's layout. This can be particularly used for optimizing rendering times and focusing on specific part of your scene. Here's a create a new Iray section plane. Go to the create menu. Adjust the plane's position, move the rotate, switch to Iray rendering mode, change your viewport, use the section planes, okay, new. Create menu and select new, go to the create menu, select new Iray selection plane node. Create menu. New, okay, something I didn't even know was here. New. Here. Accept. Iray selection plane node. Okay. Well, that made I kind of know what this is. This is a cutout thing. Everything above it so if I turn it like this, so this this doesn't work. Crosswind, it's very nice to know about these, but because I've used them in other products. But now we know what this is. This is a pretty cool product. It doesn't mean we can't use this for this. Like, probably what we have to do is tell it clip lights. Okay. Scale this. Clip lights is on. All right, let's go to render this. Well, that's a really nice thing to know about. It's a cool tip, crosswind. It just doesn't quite do what we're looking for. That's a way to cut your scene out, to clip things out of your scene. That's a really nice thing to know about. Because I have products that I bought that I used to do this, but I didn't know it's now been added to DAZ. It clips the whole, anything that's beyond it. And if you flip it around like this, it will clip the opposite direction. Or if you flip it on its side and all. Let's go back. That clips the scene. Okay, that clips the scene. It says clip lights in parameters, I think. How do I make it clip only the lights? Okay, before I post this, let's look at surfaces. Editor. Okay, there are no surfaces to this. So any parameters are going to be point at, okay, visible, and okay, plane opacity, plane color, clip lights, visible in simulation, visible in render. Yeah, that clips the scene, and it says clip lights, and it doesn't seem to be clipping the light. Maybe if I flip it around, no, you can't tell because it clips the scene there. Oh. All right, it's clipping the lights. All right, now we flip it around like this. Z, Y, this. Okay, that doesn't seem to be clipping the light. Z. Okay, then we flip this around again. No, we got lights. Plenty of light there. So it doesn't appear to be clipping. Okay, the light. Turn off this plane. Now there could be something in the scene that it doesn't like, and so it won't work. That happens a lot with DAS. Plane opacity, render priority. Okay, visible in simulation is on. Clip lights. Okay, it's clipping some lights here. That's not it. But it's not clipping all the lights. Let's see, spotlight. Okay. This clip on. Okay, it's clipping the environment options. It's clipping the... Okay, we have scene only. What light is it clipping? All right, okay, the environment options. Let's scene only, so we have no light here. And what's the other light in here? Plane. Okay. Plane 2. Okay, it's the plane light. Now we turn the spotlight back on. Okay, it doesn't clip the spotlight, but it will clip the environment option. It'll clip the... Okay, so if you have this beyond, you have to have it beyond your scene. It clips the scene, okay. It clips that clips the scene. How do I make... Okay, all right, that clips the scene. So I cannot use it in my scene. And it does not seem to clip the spotlight. Only mesh lights. Comma, so I cannot use it in my scene. And it does not seem to clip the spotlights, only mesh lights. Let's go here. Thanks. Thanks, Crosswind. That clips the scene, so I cannot use it in my scene unless can turn scene clipping off. And it does not seem to clip the spotlight, only mesh lights. That clips the scene, so I cannot use it in my scene unless I can turn scene clipping off. And it does not seem to clip spotlight, only the mesh lights. Okay, we'll try that. Let's go into this create thing and see if there's something else here. Iray Section Decal node. Section Plane node. That is a pretty cool thing. Deformer push modifier. Primitive. Okay, and we open these primitives and no. Okay. size. It doesn't give you any more options with these primitives either. So, is he lighting the intraweb trolls at the DAS? Fighting the intraweb trolls at the... Yeah, now you wait for the... Okay, so, yeah, we're trying to glean information. This is how we do it. Okay. The section plane. The section plane will block light, but not the spotlight. Will block mesh lights. You're correct. However, it does not block standard lights like spotlights, point lights, or distant lights. To achieve a similar effect, you can try the following work. As you've done, create and position the Iray section plane. Add a blocking object. Create a plane or another flat object and position it in the same location as your Iray section plane. Make the plane object invisible to render by setting its cutoff opacity to 0. However, ensure it still casts shadows by adjusting its properties in the Parameters tab. This approach will let the plane block light from spotlights and other standard lights while remaining invisible. That does not work. Okay, let's see. I have to be more specific. Using Using a plane set to low cutout opacity lets the light through. Here's another method. Apply the Uber base shader. Adjust the opacity. Turn off invisible. Uncheck visible in render. This will make the plane invisible in the final render. Oh, I'm understanding this now. Okay, so we put the plane in here, we put the opacity up. Okay, I think we have to turn the opacity on. So we turn the visible in, okay, let's take this section plane. Okay, we turn the opacity up. Okay, we go here to surfaces and we go to opacity and we turn this up like this. Plane 2. I think that blocked. Okay, all right, in environment, we gotta go here to parameters. This probably doesn't work either. Okay, we got scene only. The only thing in the scene is the spotlight. Okay, so we turn that off. Okay, now all right, we go back to our camera, and then we take our plane here. Now it says it's, go to parameters, plane. Let's make this a little bigger so we don't have to, oops, that's a lot bigger. Okay, and let's render this. Oh, it says set it to visible in spot. Okay. Okay, so we set it to not visible in render. So we, okay, but we have to turn the opacity back up. Parameters. Visible in simul, okay, visible in render. Visible in simulation. Okay, so, all right, I think that's going to be the key, this simulation. All right, so we go to, the AI doesn't know how to do this because it's not giving us the final thing. Okay, so we want it visible in render, but we go to here to the surface, the cutout opacity, 0.0, 0, 1. Okay, that makes it invisible, but then we go visible in simulation. We go to parameters and turn this off. No. Okay, well, let's try this now and render this. No, it looks like that light is still hitting him just as much. And all this grass here would be in the dark. And you know that's the thing, like 3D Light was really kind of an amazing rendering engine because it allowed you to tell things like don't be affected by this light. Just ignore this light. You could tell a surface to ignore a certain light. Iray, NVIDIA won't let us have that. They just said, no, that's not natural. And it's like, well, sometimes we want to do things that aren't natural. So, that are in, so it's just, sometimes you want to be able to have a reflection, like, okay, you want a lion to stand in front of a mirror, okay? And then you want a human to stand there and have the mirror only see the lion, okay? And you don't want it to see the human. NVIDIA says, no, that's not physics-based, that's not real. So you can't have that. And, it just, you kind of wish that you could do really abstract things with DAZ. And if you want to do that, you have to go back to 3D Light. And I'm not really that good at 3D Light. I just don't know at all what I'm doing with it. But it would be really nice to be able to tell objects, ignore this thing in the scene, ignore this light, ignore the reflection of something, or reflect only this, kind of thing. So, it doesn't allow us to do those things. And which is kind of like, to me, it's just lacking features. It's lacking, yeah. So, all right. So this Iray Section Plane. See, is there a way to make the Iray not cut add a plane or anything you want to? Uncheck visible. Set the opacity to 1. Okay. Now now this is a different thing. Okay. So we go to the plane, set the opacity to 1. This may work. Okay. Surfaces. Parameters. Okay. We go to surfaces. Cutout opacity to 1. Okay. We can kind of see that. All right, that blocked the light. Now we go to parameters, off. Now we go to render. Unknown robot, welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? How are you? Welcome. You want to watch the beginning part of this? Because there's a lot of interesting stuff. Okay, so this isn't working. Okay, it's not working this way or any way. Okay. Plane. Okay, so we go to the plane, we go to surfaces. Okay, there was this parameters. Visible and render. Okay, visible and simulation. Oh, okay, visible in render. Okay, let's go back here. All right. Uncheck visible in render. Select opacity, set opacity to 1. The surface, make sure the cutout opacity is set to 1 to make the object fully opaque. Okay, so we set the plane opacity to 1. Let's turn this emission color to black, okay? Let's turn that off. All right. It didn't say anything about putting emission on, I don't think. Cut out opacity to 1. That's to make it fully opaque. And then we are trying to, and now we all know, hello, from my, after 10-hour power, a 10-hour power cut. Oh no. Wow. Yeah. And now I have a huge hole on my driveway. Luckily, I don't have a car. Oh no. Wow. That would really suck to have the power cut. So I feel for you, unknown. I feel for you. Yeah, that really sucks. So yeah, this isn't working. Stops light without cutting through the rest of your scene. It can act as an effective alternative to Iray Section for your specific needs. Create a blocking object. Add a plane or any other object that you want to use as. Place the object in the scene. Will this object okay, so we set it to 1, okay, cut out opacity, and then we go to parameters and we say visible in render. That's off, okay? And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Oh no, I have an update. And now I have a huge hole in my driveway. Lucky, how did the hole come in your driveway? From the power being cut. 10-hour power cut. I'm not sure if I'm following all of this. Okay, so it doesn't work. I think you are using maybe in the Surfaces tab, select it. Make sure the opacity color is set to black. Okay. All right. Plane 2. Let's go to Oh, the opacity color has got to be set to black. Okay, let's see. How do I set an opacity color? Oh, opacity. I don't see an opacity color. Cut out opacity. Base color. Diffuse. There is no opacity color. Okay, let's try and put an Iray Uber base back on here. Where we go back to files, let's go to surfaces, presets, Uber. All right, we want to go and select, make sure we have that selected. Put this back on here. Double click, make sure that's correct. Okay. Now we go back here. Also, there was a main power cable. Oh, which sadly was under my driveway. Oh no. I was thinking about your $30,000 computer didn't allow anything for a monitor or keyboard. Yeah, I already have all that stuff. I already have the monitor and keyboard. Yeah. I would suggest for a monitor, anything that's 4K, okay? And I would probably get at least a 32-inch monitor that's 4K. That might be anywhere from $200 to $400. Now the keyboard, I would suggest a mechanical keyboard, okay? But you can get them for about $40 or $50. The Dragon ones are nice. Huntsman's Elite is probably your best keyboard for that. Huntsman's Elite, but they're like $120 or $30. But you want a mechanical keyboard so that each key has its own button. I also had about $200 worth of food in my freezer, but it still seems to be pretty frozen. I believe it's safe for the freezer to be off for up to... Yeah, I believe so also. Don't worry about even if it thawed out, you can refreeze it. A freezer will freeze things back. And it probably, as long as it hasn't been in the freezer for a long time, you can refreeze meat quite a few times. The reason why they used to tell us not to refreeze meat is because years ago freezers used to be very weak, and it could take a long time for older freezers to freeze something solid right through. But our freezers today are super powered, and so you can freeze meat a couple of times without too much trouble. Yeah, so your stuff in the freezer should be okay. And most of it's probably still frozen inside, so Yeah, but if something's been in the freezer for a couple of months, I'd throw that. I wouldn't keep that. So opacity color. Cut out opacity. Okay, there's emission color. There is no. Pick on the. Okay, here we go. Next to. There is no. There is no color box. Opacity parameter. I provided outdated. Let's try a different. Create a plane. Okay, set cutout opacity to 1. Turn off visible in render. Okay, turn on cast shadows. Ensure is enabled in the parameters tab to block light. Turn on okay. Plane. Okay, this might be in here, cast shadows. Did you check you are in Uber base shader? Yeah, that's what I put it on, and this is a base color, okay? UV set. Thin wall cutout opacity is on. Now it says in parameters. Okay, I'm not getting a cast shadows. Turn on cast shadows. Ensure cast is enabled in the parameters tab to block light. There is no cast shadows in parameter tab. Okay, create a plane, add a plane to your scene. Apply Iray Uber base shader. Select the plane. Cut out to 1. Turn off a check for shot. If you don't see cast shot, try applying the Iray physical shader instead, which is similar, has similar properties, but might alter the cast shadows. Iray physical shader. Okay. I don't think they let you copy and paste out of there. Yeah, you can. Let's see. Where is that located? Go to the shader presets menu, navigate, look for the Iray category within the shader presets. Okay. I am so dumb. I feel so dumb, you know, I just do. All right, because, you know, Iray, quote, okay, let's go here. Shaders, okay, let's go here. Let's try physical. Physical. Okay, I think we might have to go here and then Iray maybe. Where did it say? Fine. Go to shader presets menu. It's not in this presets thing. It's let's go here. Okay, that could take forever to scroll up through there. Iray. Let's try this. Physical. Well, they're not going to make it easy. Okay, let's... Go to the shader presets menu. Open shader presets. Look for the Iray category within the shader presets. Okay, so let's try this again. Let's go to surfaces, shader presets. Okay, let's go here. Look for Iray. There it is. It's probably got a different name. There is no... There is no shader of that name in the location you... There is no shader of that name in the location you described. Made a mistake. The correct shader you're looking for is the Iray Uber shader. Okay, find and select. Okay, go to shader presets. Iray Uber shader. This is what I've been using. All right, let's, and there's no Iray Uber shader here. Okay, so it would be in the shaders. So maybe, okay, Iray Uber base. Let's try this one. And we go here to parameters, and there's still no, now it didn't add any kind of surface, any kind of thing. Let's try a different base shader. Okay, parameters, no kind of parameters. Okay, shade surfaces, we go to editor, and there's no cutout color. All right. cutout opacity. Now, layered image editor, none. Arguing it is not good for the blood pressure. Yeah, well, right now I just don't kind of have any other option. Refresh. There is some kind of, there's some way to do this. Okay, top coat, okay. All right. There's one of these things, I think, glossy color. If glossy reflectivity, base thin. I think one of these I have to add a certain amount, like refraction weight or something, in order for this I think I need to a certain amount of another parameter in order for cutout opacity to have a color. Adjust the thin shell setting. Okay. Where is that? Probably not one here. Thin shell. Top coat. Metallic plates. Where's thin? Okay. Thin film. Okay, see, they all have a certain amount here. Thin walled. What about this displacement change? It says choose map. No, okay. That doesn't work. What? Yes, that's what I'm trying to do, is to create an invisible light blocker. And see, so we have this plane, this plane here, okay? Now, it's possible that it can't be done, so and the AI keeps making me think it can be done. But then occasionally it says, oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at old stuff. Okay, thin, base thin film. Oh, maybe. Top coat color. Okay, Z. Okay. Base thin film, what did it call? There is no thin shell in Iray. I made a mistake earlier. Let's try a different approach. Ensure cast shadows is enabled in the parameters tab to block light. Okay, what we're going to do, We're going to delete this plane. Maybe the plane is corrupt, okay? So we'll put another plane in the scene, okay? And let's see when we go to parameters. Visible, okay. There is no cast shadows in Iray for a plane. Base resolution. Do you see any cast shadows here for parameters? I don't. All right. It's not in any of these because that just breaks them down into smaller. This contains all of them. There is no cast shadows. Okay, now, all right, I'm seeing something here. The enable cast shadows is part of the light, not the plane. You're absolutely enable cast out is indeed a property of the light source, not the plane shader. My mistake for the confusion earlier. Create a plane, apply the over base, set cutout opacity to 1, set the plane to invisible in the render. Select your light source, choose a spotlight or any light source you are using. Enable cast shadows to ensure that the cast shadows is enabled in the light source's parameter. All right, so we look at our spotlight, parameters, light. That's here, because I just all of a sudden thought this is supposed to shadow type. Render emitter, okay, shadow type. Enable show base. Now I'm not finding it here. Display persistence. Height, render emitter on. Visible in render. Okay, that. Show base. How about, and there's no surfaces for the spotlight. It's got to be photometric mode. Cast shadows is enabled in the light source's parameters. Cast shadows. There's shadow type. Deep shadow map, okay. Show edge, show base. Illumination on, diffuse only, specular only, shadow type. There is no cast shadows. In the spotlight. We've gone through a few different methods, but let's try this alternative method to block using an invisible plane. That doesn't work. That part doesn't work. I tried this one a million times. All right. I think. All right. Let's try this with a mesh light, okay? It just might not work with a spotlight. It may only work with a mesh light. So what we'll do is take this plane and we'll scale it down small like this. Okay, well, I could use a ghost light, but we'll just scale it, okay? What I'm going to do is find out how to turn a mesh light. I know how to do it, but I can't remember. I think, okay, it will go 90 degrees. Okay, I don't need this section plane in here, okay. We go 90. We go back, Z. We go up, Y translate. We go X, we'll go over this way a little ways. And we'll turn it a little bit. There's more than one way to figure this out, okay? Because I'm quite sure it knows the directions on how to, even if it knows the old directions, they'll still work. And then this, okay, like that. Okay, how do I turn a plane into a, eventually it's going to say, leave me alone. How do I turn into a mesh light? Now see, this is the way to go about it the other direction, the other way, because if it knows how to do this, it's going to help me. Apply Iray emissive shader. Okay, this is like, okay, it says apply the Uber Iray. I think it's already got an Uber Iray. There, I think a mesh needs a special okay, Iray emissive shader. You're right to turn a plane. All right, set luminance. Oh, this is the same thing. Iray emissive shader. It's not the same. Yeah, but there's something more to it than this. I think they've added this new technology into the DAS, but it requires more than this. I know it does because okay, how do you make the plane, the mesh light, so it is not visible in reflections? Okay, all right. I believe a plane already has an emissive shader because you go into here, all right, and you go to here and the emissions here. So you turn it to white and it's an emissive, okay? And it's invisible, okay? But this isn't right. Oh my gosh, I can't remember how to do this. Okay, we go to parameters, okay? See, no, this isn't right. There is supposed to be other parameters here, and I can't remember how to do it. Okay, I have, okay, if I go to DAS, I can find it because, all right, what I'll do is go back here, go to DAS, because I had a forum post. Let's go to my forum posts, my discussions, somewhere here. Can I search? All right, I'm going to just search here. This is going to be terrible. It's going to come up with, no, it's, I wish I could just search my posts. Now that's not going to, all right. All right. All right, let's see, mesh. There's a very special shader for a mesh light, okay? There's a very special one. Indoor, show us your Iray renders crocodile skin, okay. So you put these in parentheses and all that comes up is 3 posts. Oh, mesh light shader. It did actually find. Okay. Mesh shader. Top coat thin film. Where okay, what's that called? I can never remember the name of that. In the content library. Where's the folder located in the content library? Where DAS stores what are they called? What are they called? Special objects. Oh, I can't remember what they're called. Special. Oh, darn. They're like shaders, but like utilities, like fog. Like emissive and fog. And no, that's not it. Now, I might be up here somewhere in this part. File, new, I think new. Templates. Oh, here's a bunch of them here. It's not in shaders. Set. Browse to file location. Default templates, okay. Templates, I think it might be S templates. No. Okay, it might be in runtime. Well, I am just spinning my wheels into this whole thing is just terrible. That's not it. Okay, all right, we're gonna try this again. Go here. All right, render quality high, low, scenes. Ground reflection. No. Used to be here. File. Now, okay. Most used. Okay, I think I know how to find it. It was, where is this PBR Skin Plus? That is one of them. Oh, that would be saved in, no. I have just completely lost that folder. And it's so important. It's just got all of these really important things in it that and it's somewhere here in the content library in this mass of stuff. There is a DAS folder, and it's in there, and it's all these, like your Uber Ray base, and it's like your fog if you need like to add a cube of fog, and it's all part of the DAS. Look at this mess. Oh my gosh, what a mess. Environments, close that up. Okay, now I'm thinking, it's starting to come back to me. It's a thing that says DAS 3D. It's like, if it's not here, content, it wouldn't be in content, okay. DAS companion files, DAS tutorials. Okay, that's not it. Okay, environments, figures, general. It's not in here. There's a ton of other stuff in here, but no, it's in under DAS. So it might be in the runtime. Okay, under, wouldn't be in people. Okay. It's not here. DAS originals. No, but we found that. Scene scripts. DAS originals. Okay, so no, it's under. Now I thought that DAS added, okay, Iray. Okay, under shaders, DAS originals. Okay, this. See. No, this is definitely not it either, this DAS originals. It's nice that they've got a little icon there to kind of, and this is under shader presets. Okay, what if we go into, all right, this is not working now. Okay, I know how I can might be able to figure this out. It's like my website. All right, so we go to here. Just a minute. I'm going to go full screen for a minute. And do I look flustered? I totally am. Okay, here we go to Google account. Let's go to switch account to EZ3DTV. And then go here to my YouTube studio. And then content, live. Okay, we can come back here now. And one of these, okay, now I can search. I can go to my, let's see. I can go to my channel. Here, your channel. Search here for mesh. Mesh to volume, mesh man. Mirror men. It's not it. Texture boost for building a scene. God rays, okay, making your own infinity cove. These aren't even in order. Okay, I think this one's it. It's not, it's probably like 12 hours long, but I think I go over this stuff. All right, let's see. Yeah. Okay. No comments. 48 views. All right, let's see. Okay, it was in the beginning here. Okay, this may not be the one. All right, let's see. Lens flares. Okay. Gosh, I don't remember that one. Oh, smoke. Creating shadows with HDRIs. Okay, that is part of the same kind of thing here. But I think it's a much older one. Gosh, this stuff is like a blur to me. Goes back to my earliest things. Okay, mesh light. Vignette products from... Okay, Infinity Cove. I'm quite sure this is it. Ghost lights with gobos. Programs and DAS. Light stream mirror men. Okay, well, it looks like I'm going to have to do some work here to fix this, to figure this out. Because this is a whole... these are the reason why the AI can't figure this out is because this is all changed in DAZ Studio. It's all... DAZ Studio used to have yeah, see, and I'm not sure that this can be done now. Okay, it seems that the AI keeps saying, "Oh, just do this," or you have to go and change your light, and you have to change the shadows so it casts shadows, and all you have to do is make it not visible and make it +1 and all this, and it's not that easy. Okay, so it's not as easy as it's making it seem. All right, this is creating shadows. This is part 2. This is part 1. Okay, let's... Why can't I hear this? Okay, this is... Make light, because it's black, and black absorbs light. And so the white dot here create... Okay, this is the... Okay. Exactly. I just can't always remember all these. So this particular folder... Okay. Here it is. There it is. It says miscellaneous stuff, my dad's 3D. Miscellaneous stuff. Okay, look. Add ghost light factor property. Add Iray visible to primary rays property. See, none of this... Okay. Where... Okay, where is add Iray visible to primary rays property located? Okay, this says in miscellaneous stuff, which I think is mine. Okay, my folder, but where... This might be something you have to download off the internet. Iray ghostlight fix.dse. Save. Okay, download from the Iray Ghost Light Fix DSE script from the DAS 3D forums or other trusted sources. Save the script. Okay, isn't now built into DAS. Isn't this script now built into DAS? Yes, you're correct. So you mean I don't have to go download it? Okay. Studio starting in version. Okay, this means you no longer need to download and execute the script separately. The Iray invisible property is now built into the software and can access directly through the parameters tab. But you need to add it, don't you? You still might need to add the Iray visible property manually. Select emissive object. Choose the object you want. Go to Parameters tab. With the object selected, go to the Parameters tab. Find the property. Click the gear icon next to any property and select Parameter Settings. Add property in the Parameter Setting windows. Name the property. Name the new property to raise and set its type to Boolean. Select properties values. Set the default value to on, checked off. Once you've added the property, you can use it to control whether the light geometry is visible to primary rays, making the mesh light invisible in reflections while still emitting light. Okay. So as you can see, this is a long kind of job here. Okay, so but it says it's in miscellaneous stuff. I think I have them here and I can add it if I still have this miscellaneous stuff here. Okay, excuse me. All right, so up here we minimize this, minimize that. Okay, in here. One of these should say miscellaneous stuff, or maybe I've lost it. My saved items, maybe it's in here. Miscellaneous. Okay, so, all right, let's go back here. All right, so find the okay. Select the emissive object. Choose the object you want and turn into a mesh light. Okay, go to the Parameters tab with the object selected. Go to the go to the parameters. Find the property hierarchy. Select the gear icon next to any property and select Parameter Settings. Okay, so let's select this plane. Go to Parameters, Plane, the gear icon. It says Parameter Settings, right? All right. In the parameters, click on the plus to add a new property. Plus. Okay, that's not here. I don't think you need to go to this extent here. Okay, let's try this again. Select parameter settings. Okay, so this is where we're at. We're at parameter settings. Okay. Add a property. In the parameter settings window, click on the plus button to add a new property. Okay, so there is no plus button. See, this is the problem right now with the DAS forum is so screwed up that there's so much the AI has, like, there's so many wrong things. It's like they would do better to just delete the whole forum and start over with, like, the current forum, okay? Just delete everything, you know? Because it's just, there's so much wrong information. Like one version changed from another to another. Now it's like I don't see any add thing. Okay, so I have to go back and say, oh, I'm sorry, they took it out. That's not there anymore. You can't add. It's probably a new tool set in the store. Maybe ask AI if there's a tool in the store. No, I've used this before. It's somewhere, it's built into DAS now, okay? Parameter settings. Parameter settings. Minus, there's no. Okay, so we'll go back up to this one here. Continue. All right. Troubleshoot. Okay, so all right. Let's try looking for this in the forum. Here it is. All right, so Iray Ghost Light Fix DSE. All right, so small script to fix the ghost lights. This script enables the advanced Iray properties. Okay, there's a whole thing. All right, with this, okay, it says see when I click that, okay, here it is. All right, a small script to fix the ghost lights. This script enables the advanced properties including Iray visible to primary rays property. I don't think this is going to still do this. But I believe once you put this stuff on, okay, so, all right, what we have here, okay, is we, yeah, it seems as though, well, the thing is that, to be kind of fair, I know it seems that way, and it probably is that way, But what's happened here is when something new gets implemented into DAS, a lot of times it's implemented through a PA. And the PA goes into the forums and says, hey, I've created these new Uber base things that you can put on a mesh, and it'll allow you to turn that mesh into a light. And so everybody kind of uses that way. And then DAS says, well, this is a really nice feature. Let's just incorporate it into DAS Studio. And so voila, now you have two ways of doing the same thing. And the AI doesn't know, is all just confused about it. So, and now, and so it's like we had character figure converter, where now we have the shape converter, okay? And so, and there was a time when half of the animation part was all broken up into different products that you would buy that would add more functionality to the animation part of DAS, and they got all incorporated into the DAS animation stuff. So it's just, as DAS grows, every time it grows, something is being incorporated into DAS that used to be part of some kind of add-on. And it's not every time, but many times when it grows, it's as a result of them adding it in to make it easier to do things, so you don't have to remember where that darn file was located. And that's what I can't remember, because I have those files here on my computer and I can't remember where the hell I located them. And I just, so they're here somewhere, and AI isn't having a good time finding them either. Select the emissive node you want to apply to. Okay, this leads us here. This is the fix, but there's also, so this Jag guy downloaded, fixed it. All right, because when you turn a mesh into a light, okay, if you have a shiny like floor, okay, the mesh doesn't, or either like doesn't, when you have a shiny floor, okay, the mesh light is supposed to be invisible, okay, but the floor shows you the mesh light, okay, it shows that light anyway. And so this fix here makes it so that the reflection on the floor won't show the mesh light. Okay, it's that simple. It's not the answer to how do you make a plane invisible, refresh? Probably nobody's going to answer this, because nobody, has. So right now it would seem that Crosswind is the closest to answering this. Okay, so there's a possibility that maybe this process, okay? All right, we have a ghost light here, all right? So what we're going to do is take this plane out, okay? I'm not going to turn that into I'm just going to use a ghost light, all right? I think they're here. We're going to put a ghost light here because it's a different kind of light than your than a spotlight, okay? I think the answer to this is that, okay, let's go here, is that this plane will block a ghost light. It won't block the spotlight. And I think that's the problem here, is that the AI doesn't know that it just doesn't work with a spotlight. So we're going to put this ghost light in here, all right? And now this ghost light is invisible. And we put this light here. We lift it up. Because I can take my light that's in the scene that's off here in the corner, that spotlight, I can replace it like Serenity's Gate suggested, to just replace it with a small ghost light and turn that light up really, really bright. And so, and I could make that ghost light almost down to the size of like 1 or 2 pixels if I wanted to. So I don't have a bunch of pixels all shining in that light in. So let's see now what we have here. So we have a ghost light, and that ghost light, now we're going to turn off our spotlight. So our only light in the scene now is this ghost light. We go into Iray and see if we have a light shining on this guy. It should be the only light in the scene. So maybe I turned on my, where's our environment options? Okay, we have dome and scene. Turn this off, scene only. Okay, so for some reason, okay, this ghost light, all right, because that's where the ghost light picks up. So we only have one light, I believe, now in the scene. And why is the sky all gray, the gray light here? So let's see, a scene only and ground glossiness. Okay, I'm going to delete this, and okay, it just put another one in. Now we go here, reset that. So we'll just go to scene only. Okay. Now when I turn off the ghost light, what happens here? Okay, for some reason, okay, the plane, the spotlight, we'll take the spotlight out of here. What happened? The plane is off. Genesis 9, ultra scenery. Okay, the camera. Can we turn this off? Okay, it's supposed to go black. And so, what else is lighting this? Oh, it might be this plane. I don't know. The plane is off. Ultra scenery, the camera. Let's look. Let's turn the tone mapper, and that'll bring that back in. Environment options. Okay, scene only. Environment tint. Ground fog off. Okay. I'm not sure why we're not getting a black room now. Because with no light on, let's look through the camera and see what happens. Camera. Yeah, I mean, I could, okay, oh, it's set to gray, but still, there's no light. Environment, set this to none. Okay, it shouldn't. I mean, if I set it to black, then it'll be black, but it shouldn't, I shouldn't have to do that. If there's no light in the scene, it should all just be black. Something's really weird here. Okay, let's. All right, we're going to start with a new scene. Create a new scene. Sure, save that. I still have my stuff in there. Okay. And, all right, we've got to have a figure in the scene. Which, let's make this as simple as possible. Put our ghost light in and a few things here. Simple. Okay, Genesis 9. Very simple. I think that fix was intended to get around changes NVIDIA made to Iray, which broke the ghost lights. No, that fix, I think I just explained that anyway. That fix is meant when that person created the invisible mesh lights, okay? And now we had ghost lights, okay? They were something else, okay? And just recently, it's like maybe a year ago, a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, somebody came up with the ability to turn a mesh light into a ghost light, okay? And so you just put this special Uber base on it, okay? And you could turn a mesh light into a ghost light. But the problem was, and the problem is that when you'd put it on the ghost light, you could see the reflection of the mesh light, okay? And so they came up with this fix that fixed that, okay? So that's what that is. All right, so we'll just go with Sandon again here. We'll give him a male fit shape. We got to put some skin on him, I guess. So okay, we're going to save this so I don't lose my work. Save as, invisible light block. We'll call it light block. See if we can learn how to make a light block. It would be a nice thing to know how to do. You know, it really would, to be able to say, I don't want light hitting this. I want an invisible block that will block the light. Can we do it? You know, we may end up working on this for like, I think it's been 4 hours, 4.5 hours. I did show you that this is what this tutorial was about creating a light source in front of our plane. That's what the beginning part of this is. You'll learn a bunch of stuff if you go back and watch the beginning of this, because that's where I teach a whole other thing. And then we went into how do we block. All of a sudden I just said, well, how do I block light? How do I put an invisible block? And I thought that there was actual scripts here, light scripts, to do that. Go into smart content for a minute here. Okay, so this is called light block. And I swear there was a product that you could buy that I bought. Okay, this would be in utilities. Light. Let's find these, okay. Lights and profiles. Okay, this is light console suite. Okay, let's see what's in here. Temperature. Okay, this is all kinds of stuff to change lights. It's intensity, light height, value, unlock the light, lock the light. Okay. Render emitter toggle. Increase the angle. Okay, it's not that. So now this is light, ghost lights, projector lights. In here you'll find a mesh. Okay, mesh off. Mesh invisible. See, this does that same thing, but this is based on that thing that was I believe it's based on that thing that was created by. And you say, well, we've always been able to have mesh lights. Now I believe when you would take a mesh light, okay, so let's bring in these ghost lights, okay. So this basically means that you can take, you know, a plane and turn it into a ghost light. And that was not available to this degree, okay, before. and how they were making ghost lights and all. They were different than a plane. Okay, a plane. And what they did was they created a script that allowed you to just add that to the DAS plane. Okay, but then there was a problem with it where if you had a shiny floor, you'd see the actual plane in the reflection of the floor. And that's what changed. They changed that. They fixed it so that it doesn't have that. All right, now, okay, this isn't right. Which way is the, okay, that's the way our ghost light comes in. We want it to go like this a little bit. Let's look at it from the side. Zoop. Okay, bring this in a little more. Okay, so we don't want it too close. We just want to be able to block it. Okay, so, all right, and we go like this. We're going to use the AI's, okay, just directions, instructions, but we're going to try and okay, and bring this up a little more. Okay, I think that's going to work. All right. Well, we'll just bring it down a little more so we don't have to angle our plane. Okay, so now we come in here, save this, and let's select our Genesis 9 figure, give him some skin. So there's something to reflect off of, even though there it would reflect off of this. Okay, so now when we go to the environment options, parameters. Okay, I think I might have had the draw dome on. Okay, so we go to draw, that was probably scene only. Okay. Oh, I might have been, okay, let's go now to Iray. It should be black here. Okay, but it's not. So I don't know, I don't remember having to turn okay, so I guess when you have this set like this, you have to go in to the environment tab and turn on the backdrop and make it black to get your scene completely black. Now the only thing, all right, so I kind of forgot that, I guess. I mean, I knew that I had the backdrop there, but I just thought that if there was no light in the scene, but apparently that gray backdrop puts off light. So who knew? So flip vertical, flip horizontal, no rotation. Okay, so now we go to our mesh lights. Maybe you found it there. DZ Fire makes a, no, these this is where it's actually a functionality that is added to DAS that wasn't there before. Okay, this is something that you guys missed, and you missed. I know I've got a lot of videos, so this is one of the videos that I did a big long thing on, and it's just been so long that I forgotten it, the whole thing. So let's like my piano lessons when I was 4. You know, it happens. So we're gonna go here to surfaces, this ghost light here, and there was not so recently a time when you couldn't turn a mesh light into a ghost light. Okay, now it seems as though all you have to do is turn the opacity down to 0. I mean the cutout opacity, and the lumens up, and you've got one. But I believe that's part of something new. I don't know exactly what it is I'm saying here, but there's something that was completely new, and it was about 2 years ago when it got introduced, and it enabled us to turn mesh lights into ghost lights and also to hide them so they wouldn't be seen in reflections. Okay, so that's it. So you would take and select your mesh, and you would add these two things to your mesh. We're going to kind of mess with that a little bit here, but all right, here is our ghost light, and we're going to turn up this so it's a little brighter on him. Okay, so we'll go to 9 here maybe. Yeah, I guess that's enough. That's to show that there's a light shining through. It's only coming from one source. So save this. Now what we're going to do is put a plane in between. Now we're using a mesh light instead of a spotlight. Okay, that's the difference here. Okay, so we put this plane in. Now, if you notice this, okay, this plane, okay, the plane starts right here. So it starts, that's the light. The plane, you can't see the ghost light in the reflection here. Okay. All right, now let's go to our plane and make it smaller parameters. Scale it. Okay, let's go about this big. Turn it like this. Let's go 90. And then we go back. Oh, no, not that way. Z. We go this way. Okay, that blocks the light. Okay, it blocks it because of the opacity is set to 100% or to 1. Okay, so we now have our figure blocked. We can see the light on the back side of it, but we can't see. Save this. All right, now we go to our plane and do what the AI told us to do. Go into surface, set the surface to set the opacity, cutout opacity to 0, or it was to 001. Okay, which looks like it's still kind of visible to me. All right, and then it said to turn it off here in the parameters, to go here to visible and render. Okay. So, oh, it said, but we turn it to too high. Let's see, go back, it said put it to 1. So bring the opacity back up. Okay, see, so that just doesn't work. It doesn't work with this light. It doesn't work with, so it doesn't work with, because I mean, this is what it says. It says, create a plane, add a plane, apply the Iray emissive shader, which select the plane and apply the Iray emissive shader, which we shouldn't have to do that because it's already an Iray shader is an emissive shader, okay? So, but we do have, there is an Iray emissive shader. Let's see if we can find that. Okay, let's see if we can find, because I know that this right here, I think this right here is in that special folder. I think we just found something. Explore for show asset in map folder. No, shaders, style. Okay, no, that's not it. Okay, files. Emissive, default. My stomach is mad at me. It's not getting any food to eat. Emissive gray. Now this could be it. Show map folder. That's not it. That's part of the black house. I'll know it when I see it. And this is usually the way I find all this stuff, is through this. And so you'll find that you don't have to go and download that, the mesh emissive and all that. It's built into DAS, but it's not built in like where you just make you still have to add stuff to your mesh. Okay, so that. Okay. I know this is probably terribly tedious. But once we learn it, maybe we'll actually like really learn something here. No, this is very tedious. Wondering, explore product. Nope, that is in this toolkit. Okay. All right. Shaders. Okay. So, okay, so we go back to the Iray here. Enable Iray matte. Parameter fine. All right. How do you make the mesh light so it is not visible in reflections? Okay. See, I was trying to get it to come out and bring out this information, and it just doesn't seem to know what's going on here. I wonder if DAS is kind of, well, no, it does have access to apply Iray emissive shader. Okay, let's find this Iray emissive shader. Copy. Here. Control this, V, Control V, this. Copy. Then this is supposed to, this has got quotes around it, people. Copy. It's not supposed to be showing all this stuff. Oh. This stuff looks. Nope. And the thing is when DAS added that into the, it changed the names of it changes the names of things. there's no, they completely, as if they're just trying to make it their own rather than somebody else's stuff. And so it's like, then suddenly, okay, this kind of looks like what it's supposed to be, but I show, eventually it's going to take me into this map folder and I'm going to find this, but that's not it either. It's, eventually I'm going to find this particular folder where all of this stuff, this DAS stuff is kept, and it's a master folder that just they keep, and I can't remember. All right, let's go into surfaces, okay, and we'll do something like this. This is it. Now this, explore, Uber. You see, this is in a different place. Okay, DAS PBR skin DAS volume. Okay, this is the folder. All right, this is ground shaders. Okay. Omni surface. Okay. This is it. Utilities. Okay. So it would be lace. DAS volume. Okay. So these are glitz and sparkle. PBR, DAS Iray PBR skin. Uber shaders. Volume. See, this is, okay, this Uber shader. Okay. Paint. See, I know it's here. I know that this folder and this emissive is one of them. Okay, and we're props. Okay, this is shader presets. This is so kind of messed up how this works. Well, this is a way you kind of learn stuff, is by going down through all this stuff. And there, you know, there are people that just never use smart content at all. Emissive options. They just use these. They just come in here and know all this stuff and how to get at PBR. Okay, Mark. Okay, so we're looking for. See, and I forget the name that Daz used. Reload, refresh. Can just do what you want. How do you tell the section plane not to cut your section. Only mesh lights. So this is not working. So now, all right, if we take this square light, okay, this is our mesh light parameters. And okay, the square light has surfaces. We go to the editor. Can we do something weird with this? Cutout opacity, lumen, emission profile, UV set, cutout opacity. All right, we go to parameters. No, see this? Okay, we go into here, display. That's just the display of the light, what you see in Iray. Visible in viewport. This is none of that. Visible in render. Oh, we don't want the display visible. Yeah, see, this is weird. You see, you notice how this is two parts? Your mesh light is one mesh. It's different, okay, than this. This has a display object, and then it has this light object, and they work together. But now if we take this out, all right, this plane out, okay, and we duplicate this mesh, this plane here, edit, duplicate. Okay, we take this plane here and we make this into a mesh light. Go 9 here. Okay, let's go like this. We'll bring this up and point it in a little bit like this. Okay, I can't tell which way I'm pulling this here. Okay, like this. All right, and then we go into, okay, that's plane 2. Okay, this is plane light. All right, and then let's put surfaces, plane light, and we go to our emission, turn that on, okay, and this is one-sided light, okay, and it says that I had to put an Uber base. Now it's a special Uber base. I can't find it. It's not just an Uber base. It's a special kind of Uber base. And it's part of an update that they did. It's a special light here. And it's in a special folder. Okay, now emissives. Okay. Smoke, fire, Iray, brick car, okay, concrete crystal, okay. Okay, we got to go to surfaces. Okay, so that just put an emissive on here. And it said to turn the luminance to a certain color, to the opacity to a certain color. That doesn't allow me to change the opacity. So I just put an emissive on here. Okay, now we can turn this, we could turn this now up. 9.9. Okay, our plane, why isn't this an emissive yet? Color. We've got to go into Iray. Okay. Now we'd have to turn off our plane 2 to see it on our figure. Okay, but plane light, okay, this isn't working. Luminance, we could go 99999. Okay, so I think I have to put this, an uber base on this maybe. Base color, white. Emission. Is that maybe I have to do two-sided. Visible in render. Okay, well that would help. And okay, so we have it visible in the render. Okay, to make this a ghost light, I don't think it's supposed to be visible in the render. But okay, the opacity has to be set. We have it one-sided light, two-sided, okay, one-sided. Then set the cutout opacity to 0. And now you see it turns off, okay? That's not how it's supposed to work. This is why you need to put this special thing on this. Okay? Okay, let's just do it to 0.0001. Oh, no, to point 0.001. Okay, now that works, okay? But it's still visible here. Okay, so we go yeah, see, I can't find this darn, okay, it's a mesh light here. Apply ghost light. Okay, add, what I'm going to do is search for this, add, switch between, add ghost light factor property. So let me see, I'm going to switch to full screen for a minute. And then I'm going to go here to my DAS library, see if I can find it. All right, here we go, back here. And we're going to go here, add. Okay. Copy. What's it called here? Add Iray ghost light. Add Iray EZ3D library. Add. Come on. Space. Add Iray. There's two possible places this could be. I know I have it on my computer, so you can see I had it here at once, and it was in miscellaneous stuff. Oh, this was back when I had my dad's 3D libraries. I had a problem with that. I think I had to delete one. Okay, let's go back here. Still working on it. Okay. Oh God, add Iray ghost. Okay, we're going to copy this. Go here. Go to this one. Okay, we're searching 2 different drives. These are both solid state drives. Okay, this one. Ghostlight method A, Ghostlight method C. As you can see, it doesn't work this way. It doesn't work alone. You just take and turn off the. You turn off this. You turn off this. Okay, no matches in the search. Okay, so what we're looking for then is this called add Iray Ghostlight Factor property. Add Iray Ghostlight, I think is one word. I'm not. Copy, add. Here it is. Okay, this is the guy. You probably recognize this guy. Our RB Wiz. He's the one who added this with Iray 2.2022. You see, I would really have liked for the darn to brought me to this page. Okay, maybe it did. Okay, with 2.2022.101, NVIDIA added native support for the concept of ghost lights, which is to say they added support for the ability to have emissive geometry contribute light to a scene and emitter while allowing the depiction of that emitter on another surface, a receiver, to be attenuated, be it from primary rays directly visible from the camera, secondary rays visible in reflection from refraction, transmission, or both. Now, what does that mean? I have no idea, but I think you kind of figure this out, okay? The attribute that NVIDIA exposed operators at the level, at the object operates at the object level. So the ability to control it is exposed to DAZ Studio users at the node level. Okay, so method 1, method B, method C. Okay, now what we have are these. Okay, so do you guys want this? Let me see if I can add this here. All right. And then I'll come over here and I'll show you how to do this. Even though this is built in, I can't figure out how to do it built-in wise. Okay, so what we're going to do is go here, here. Okay, I know you can't see what I'm doing right now, but all right, that didn't work. Creating a ghost light. Let's close this down again and try this again. Oh, that's okay. I'm in the wrong place here. We've got to go to Edge. Microsoft Edge. All right, close this. I don't need all this extra stuff here. Just close that down. Where is it? Okay, apparently it's not. Oh, yuck. All right, then it's not synchronized. Okay, so that's useless. So I've got to take this back over here, copy this, put this link into Chrome, because Chrome V, okay, and we'll send this over to you guys, because you're going to see what this does. All right, creating a ghost. Okay, so we go here. Now I can go over here to this computer, open this up, and this should be right here. Here. Yeah, it is creating a ghost light. Open this page. Now I have the link, and I can send you guys to this link to you people. All right, that is the link to this page, okay? And what this does, okay, is gives you three files, okay? These are DUF files, okay? So ghost light method A, okay? We right click. All right, how do we do this? Attachments. All right, and I don't think the attachments work. See the official documentation. All right, okay, so okay, it's not letting this download these, so apparently this has been shut off here. But I think there's another link here somewhere. See official documentation. Okay, this is an NVIDIA's website. That's not good. So I guess this is kind of useless now that save link as. It's not letting me save it. Right click. It says only saving images, so maybe I have to open this in my copy. I might have to open it in here. Okay, right click. All right, save link as. Okay, so we're going to go this desktop and we'll create this, say, a new folder. And this is going to be called Ghost Light emissive Ghost Light Mesh Ghost Lights. All right, save that. This is method 2. Save this. Save link as mesh ghost light. And this one here. Save link as mesh ghost light. Okay. All right. Now this is part 1 of this. Okay. Product. Okay. Factor to anything. Okay, see this point, Iray ghost light factor to any value 1.0 or higher, I believe. Okay, 1.0 or higher. Assumes the use of an Iray material. Okay. Okay. So these, all right. Now you have to put these into, okay. When an object, the Iray, okay, when an object with geometry and Iray visible to primary, its property provides a discrete on-off toggle for controlling visibility of the emanator. For a point spotlight, when photometric is active, the light geometry is set to a value that generates geometry. Anything other than point. The render emitter properly provides equivalent control. For secondary rays, a ghost light factor property provides a dimmer of sorts. The range of this control is dependent on whether it is on the emitter or the receiver. Okay, for some reason I can't understand this at all, and it's something I've done before. And it's like none of the directions are here. It's like they closed this, and there were a bunch of comments here. So, creating a ghost light, because this has been built into DAZ Studio. Okay, creating a ghost light. So what you're, it doesn't say, okay, it operates as, oh, this forum is like so useless. It's just like, it finds A, so creating A, so it showed me every time A appears on the forum. It's like, what the heck? You know, this is the dumbest forum in all of the entire internet. You know, it's the dumbest forum where you go to search for something, and the only way to find something is to actually search for it. Okay, in DAZ Studio is to search Google. Okay, and then it will search the forum the right way, I guess. Because because Google has taken and you see this, creating a ghost light in DAZ Studio. Now it's like, this is the way. In 2023, okay, this is and create fully working do-it-yourself in this step-by-step tutorial. Let's take a look at something here without. Okay, this is 2023. I think this, okay, this may be what we want to look at. This is the new, this is it right here. Okay, so this will explain it all.
And welcome to this DAZ Studio update. This clip's going to be all about ghost lights and how we can get those in your scene. It's never been easier. So first things first, I have a black background and a Genesis 9 base figure in my scene. And I want to add some light coming from this left-hand side, or Genesis 9's right. So for that, what I'm going to do is going to go to Create, New Primitive, And let's just use a sphere that's 0.5 meters in diameter. There's our sphere. Let's say we move this up and over to our right. This is going to be our final image. And if we
Now look at this. See this? Right, this is it. Okay, it's in D. Okay, so DAS default resources. This, see this? I don't, it's like in this, they've kept these default resources rather than put like them up in like in the DAS. It's like, okay, so this is what I was looking for. Okay, this is the default. We finally getting somewhere here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is create a new, okay, so it's down here, all the way down into this crazy stuff here. Let's see. All right, so far we got somewhere. I know I should have probably just let that play, but we got to do stuff here. We've got to figure out where stuff is. Oh man, all of this stuff is just expanded out. Okay, close this. Craziness. My saved items. Okay. And this would be in products. D. Okay. Now, who would have known this? This was down here. Okay. Okay, now it's going to take forever to open this up. Okay. DAS. And like way down here. And where is it? Wait, there. Okay. This is where all of your DAS default resources are, people, okay? These are all the things that kind of you need, all right? Okay, so I'm going to right click on this and I'm going to create what, custom action? I don't think I can do that. Let's see. It would be categorize, right? Create a category from, okay, so this would be default. Okay, files. Okay. I wonder if I can put that in default. Okay, so we go up here to default. And up here. Files, okay, products. DAS. C, okay, I don't see anything in D's. I don't think that worked. Okay, what we're going to do is do this, okay. Oh, damn. All right, here we go. We go down here. Default, I don't see anything here now. And maybe it has to be Okay, so, but what we're going to do is put this in what, files. No, this would be files. Okay, we're going to create a subcategory in files called DAS default. What was that called? DAS default. We'll just call it that. I can rename it. Okay, except in the files. Okay, DAS default. Then we come back here. We go back up here to this DAS. Okay, C default. All right. C, D, E. All right. Here we go. Default. See where they put this? Like, yeah, so it's just, I don't know. This is kind of, I think it's bordering on like insanity and madness and all those wonderful other things. DES. Now we got, okay, default resources. Okay, so we select all this. And that's, if you'd like to find the user's guide online, it's in here. Okay, so we're going to go categorize and we're going to add this to files. DAS default. Okay, accept. All right, so now we can just, instead of looking for that in that madness, we can go into this files, DAS default, and there they all are. Okay, somewhere in here, you're going to find some kind of mesh thing, okay? There's not that many files in here, but one of them, okay, we have to add to this plane. We have to add 2 of them, I believe. I think they're in here. Okay, purge memory. Okay. Okay, one of these is going to say something about mesh. Okay. Caustic sample. Now see, this is your actual Uber base here. So if we wanted to put that Uber base on there. Okay, now one of these is going to be a mesh. Okay, we have to watch this, go back and watch this now.
Select the sphere, go to our surfaces tab, select the sphere. Let's change our emission color and let's make it pink. And we're going to change our luminance units to watts. And let's change our luminance to 50,000. Let's change that to 500,000. There we go, we can see that better. Okay, so if this is going to be our scene and we want to have this harsh rim light, but we don't want to be showing this in our scene, here's what we can do. If you go to your content library,
I'm going to stop this for a moment. This is the latest way to do this, okay? This is after they added, first they came out with the ability, okay, NVIDIA added it to the Iray specification, all right? Then this guy came out with those 3 files that I downloaded, and then there was the fix file, okay? Then, and it was kind of too difficult for people to figure out how to do. So Daz added it to Daz Studio. So what you're going to watch right now is how the final directions, okay? And they're quite simple now compared to the way you had to do it, all right?
go to your product section, go to D, and under D you're going to find your default resources. Inside of your default resources, you want to find the one that says Create Advanced Iray Node.
There it is, okay? So, and I think that was what, that's what the, was telling, that's what the Copilot was telling me. But it didn't know, it couldn't tell me that where that this DAS folder, okay? So it would be create, see, it would be somewhere in the create advanced Iray node properties, okay? So we make sure we have our surface selected, okay? Come back here. How important this is? Okay, now this pops up. All right, now go select, see this? Now we're adding stuff to Iray, okay? I believe that this is new since this video was made, okay? But let's go here.
Properties. If you have your sphere selected and run this script, it's going to bring up this
No,
dialog
okay, that
box.
does pop up.
At which point you can now select Iray visible to primary rays and Iray ghost light factor. Turn those ones on and hit accept. Now that you've done that,
Okay, let's go back here. Primary rays and that, and click accept. And now they should be in the parameters, okay? See this? Now they're here. We got this ghost light factor, all right? And invisible, visible to primary rays. I believe this was here. I think this bit has been added, but this ghost light, all right, this has been added to Iray Uber base. Okay, Iray visible to primary rays is now part of this. So I don't think you have to add that anymore, but it's here now. Okay, it doesn't matter. So now we go back here.
with your sphere still selected, go to your parameters pane. And down here, you'll see Iray visible to primary rays. Select that and make that off.
Okay.
Just like that, we now have a ghost light in our scene lighting up our Genesis 9 figure. I hope this helps you.
Now, okay, this Iray ghost light factor
And I hope you
is another one. Okay, this is very important. Okay, now, all right, so we go here. So we take this plane here and we turn that off. And it didn't work. Okay, I think this has got to be above, this ghost light factor has to be above 1.1, I think. All right, see, now as you can see, the light is still working, but now the plane is gone. All right. Now, does this plane, now I turn on plane 2. Let's see what we have here. This is light plane. There's our light plane, plane 2 is our surface here. We go to parameters. Now you see this says visible in simulation. See, this plane doesn't have those features, okay? This doesn't have the Iray, that special feature. So, so you can see now this is an important little thing here, okay? Those people who stayed long and stayed through this grueling, horrible thing get to learn something here. So you can turn any, I believe it has to be an open mesh. I don't know if it's a closed mesh will work. Okay, so it has to be an, maybe it will close, because it will work with a sphere, and that's a closed mesh. I believe you can do this with anything. You can turn anything into a light source, okay, and make it invisible. I'm not sure exactly, but maybe, I think this is the way it is. So let's go to this. Now we go visible in simulation. Visible in render. Okay, now it said, now what if we render this? Will this plane block that light? No, it doesn't. So, all right, so we haven't learned how to create an invisible, all right, so I guess what we could do, all right, is now turn this second plane, go back to our content library, and do this, okay? And we'll add these Iray matte shadow intensity. Iray, enable Iray matte. What? Let's add these things in. Okay, Iray object ID, Iray handle. Why not? Let's have a party here. Okay. So now what does this do? It added shadow intensity. Okay. Iray matte shadow invisible to primary rays. Okay, so if we bring this up, okay, that's now, and turn that off. But we have to go into geometry switching, shape. Okay, now we have resolution. Okay, we have some things. Iray handle. We may not need an enable Iray matte. I don't know what that is. So this is something to ask. Okay, now we go into the surfaces. That would turn that off. Okay. Okay. So the word to remember, okay? The words to remember to unlock this whole is default resources, okay? That's the words I couldn't remember, okay? Where do you find DAS default resources? And where do you find them? You go down into this products thing, you go all the way to D's, and then you go all the way down into, if you have a ton of stuff like this, default resources, until you get to the DE, default resources. You know what's up with that, okay? And we get to this default resources, and somewhere in this default resources, now once you get here, okay, you might want to add this right here, right click, and create a custom action, and add this to, I'm going to add this to my dev items, accept, all right? And now, when I go up to my favorites, dev items, see create advanced Iray node properties are now in my, so now I don't have to go looking for this, okay? I used to have it up here. I had the other ones, okay? Now the thing is there might still be an issue, because if we put, let's put another plane in the scene, okay? A plane like this. All right, now we have got a fairly large plane, and let's put some kind of metal surface on here, like this car paint blue. I may not have it selected. Surfaces, no. All right, let's go back here. Car paint blue. All right, and now we go into Iray, and okay, what I don't see, all right, I don't see the actual plane reflecting off the ground. So that's been fixed, because it could, theoretically, you could just look and you'd see it, see how he's reflecting perfectly there on the ground? You're seeing the light from the light, okay? This is our plane light, okay? But you're not seeing the actual plane. Now, if I move this in, okay, so apparently, okay, there it is. Try this again. Okay? You're not seeing the actual plane, okay? And that's the reflection on this. Before, that was the problem, is that you would actually see, now look at that. It looks like it is actually, but it may not be the actual plane. It might just be, see, that is the light. It's not, it's showing, it looks like it's showing the actual, the actual plane. Yeah, see? See that? So I guess it is. It's not correct. There's a way to, okay, I think I know how to fix this. Now we go into parameters here, plane light, visible in render. Okay, visible in simulation. No. Okay, I think there's another thing you add here, okay, and I'm not sure, because that, I mean, it is going to create a light, but it looks like it's actually seeing. This isn't supposed to be here, I don't believe. You're just supposed to see the effects of the light. You're not supposed to see the actual, it's supposed to be invisible. So, all right, visible in simulation. Okay, we go here. All right, there was some other. Now, I'm not really seeing the light here. I mean, so, okay, and we go, let's do our Iray thing. Okay, yeah, see, I'm not seeing the ghost light here, but I am definitely seeing something there. Now, is it the effects of the light, like the fong of the light, or is it the actual object? And I would say it's probably not the actual object, or you'd see kind of, it'd be sharper, I think, than that. So I don't think we're actually seeing it is a light source, but I don't think we're seeing the actual plane. Maybe with this on or off, one of them. Okay, now this has to be, okay, now that makes it visible. Okay, all right, so let's go back to this video and see what his parameters say here. What are his parameters? Okay, invisible to primary rays is off. Okay, and he has this ghost light factor. It's hard to see what that is, because they're still broadcasting in HD. So it's like it says blah 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 blah. So whatever that is there, okay, ghost light factor, it might be, it looks like it's at the default setting. So if we just go like here to default, like this, oops. Okay, that's the default. And then visible in simulation, all right, is on. Okay, I guess. I don't know why that's on, but on. All right, so this, when we turn that on, the light turns on. I believe there's another part to this, so we go back here, and we have this down here. Okay, we have this light. Okay, advanced node properties. Okay, there's also another one here. There's another one of these. White point light. Okay, none. See, look at these parent cone lights and these parent sphere. These are like, I think, volume things. A lot of this stuff is kind of important for for like getting basic materials and things on stuff. And there's your VDB. There's your VDB volume. Okay, so simple skin. You just okay. That's for not a that's for your 3D light. Surface stone, stucco. All right, these are sample tutorial sample scene. I don't know. Okay, update merge menus, whatever that is. Wood, wax. Okay, so I think there's another video here about this. Let's see, we go down here. This is 4.22, latest updates. Okay, this is it. Remove light reflections. Okay, here it is. Okay, let's see. Let's add this here for now. Well, okay, there's that. And this one. Okay, now this has got to pop up, of course. All right, you see this? See this light? Notice the reflection. All right. Remove light reflections. See this? It's part of your ghost light thing, and I think it might be automatic now. I don't think it is actually, so I'm not sure. How do you remove ghost light reflections? Again, choose the object that's causing the ghost light reflection. Go to Parameters tab. Add ghost light. Add Iray ghost light factor. Click on the gear icon next to any property and select the parameters. Add new property named Iray ghost light factor to float. To hide the emitter from reflections. Add ghost light factor. Go to the parameters tab go to the parameters tab. Click on the gear. Okay. We've tried this before. Okay, parameters tab. Right click. Let's click on a gear. Parameter settings. Type. Okay, we have this. No. All right. All right. Isn't that fix built in? Yes, you're right. Is now integrated into DAZ Studio, eliminating the need for the script that I just sent you through. You can manage ghost light reflections directly using built-in settings. Here's how to handle ghost light reflections. Select the emissive object. You go to the parameters with the object selected, navigate to locate Iray settings. Within the parameters, find the Iray settings, adjust visible. Okay, display visible in render property. This makes the emissive object invisible in renders, but still emits light. Use the visible in specular toggle property if available. Disabling this ensures the object doesn't appear in reflections. Okay, I don't think we have a visible in specular. So probably this isn't, this is just the light coming off of this, a really bright light. Yeah, I'm not actually, well, that looks actually like our window here. It does look like it's, okay, let's try this. Titanium. Surfaces, okay. Silver. Yeah, see, that is our light reflecting. Okay, so surfaces, flashback to 2023. Yeah, visible in simulation. Okay, we go here. Okay, that. All right. There's another. Okay, this is. Let's go back here.
Hello, and welcome to this
All right.
Studio update. This clip's going to be all about ghost lights.
I wish they'd put it all into one thing. All right, let's see what we have here for to use ghost lights in 2023. What have we got here? A nice little latest updates. Is that going to be that darn thing again? Yeah, it is. You know, I get accused of having my videos too long. How about when they're just like way too short? Okay, this is 2020. This is Not From This World. Studio ghost lighting. I believe that's just using a ghost light. Okay, so tutorial. I think Jay has a video on this now that I think of it. Now I'm quite sure he does. Is here with emissive volumes, ghost lights, faster rendered. Let's see. This is probably that darn. That is awesome art. This page has been blocked by Microsoft Edge. Uh-oh. So very cool art. Very awesome. All right, maybe this is something.
Hello mate and welcome back. This DAS Studio video is basically because a number of people keep asking.
Now this is either going to be before the update or after the update.
On the comments or in private messages.
Give him a like.
About creating ghost lights in the new era, because using the old method where you just lowered the cutout opacity for the object no longer works, because DAS Studio cynically keep changing things to make these do-it-yourself methods not work. So here's how to do it now. So as you can see, I've got an empty scene at the moment with the lighting set to scene only, so that only our object is going to be illuminated when we create it. And I'll start off by going to texture shader so you can actually see what's happening.
Okay, we know how to create a sphere.
So in order for us to be able to actually see when we've created light, we need something for the light to hit. So we're going to create another object. This time we're going to create a plane. I'm just going to create
okay, well, let's make sure we didn't miss.
I forgot to turn off the stone lighting, so we'll do that now. Scene only, and you'll see it just becomes completely black. There's no light in that scene whatsoever. So in order for us to be able to actually see when we've created light, we need something for the light to hit.
Okay, so let's
find inside your DAS Uber folder in your shader presets folder. So if we have our sphere selected, we have our surface selected, and we double click on emissive, you can now see that it's become very slightly emissive. So that's part one of how to create our ghost shader. The next thing we need to do is we need to go into our scripts folder in our contents folder, and we're looking for a script called Create Advanced Iray Node Properties. With your object selected, double click on that script, and now when you go into your parameters tab for your object, under display you should now see Enable Iray Matte. Make sure that's selected and you've completed the next step. The last step will be to come into the shader properties like so. Firstly, we're going to convert our luminance units to KCDMR squared, and we're also going to change the color temperature to 5000 because we don't want yellow light. Well, you might want yellow light. If you have yellow light and you're happy with it, then obviously stick to it. At the moment though, what you can see is our object is completely black, which doesn't really help. Yeah, it's invisible sort of, but we can still see it. So what we need to do is we actually need to come back into the base section of our shader, and at the back here where you can see refraction index and refraction weight, we're actually going to crank up the refraction weight, and we're going to bring our refraction index down to 0. And lo and behold, now our object is completely invisible. Ta-da! And obviously it'll be invisible.
Okay, I don't believe this is the... No, see, this was a completely different way of doing this. He did add that, but
the base section of our shader, and at the back here where you can see refraction index and refraction weight, we're actually going to crank up the refraction weight, and we're going to bring our refraction index down to 0. And lo and behold, now our object is completely invisible. Ta-da! And obviously it'll be invisible in reflections as well. You will be able to see it briefly when you move things around because your render needs time to sort of apply the refraction.
okay, so I guess, all right, we go into refraction index then. It says refraction weight, refraction index. Let's see if that's it. Okay. Plane light. This would be in surfaces, plane light. Refraction, okay. Index was all the way up. Refraction weight. Maybe it's the other way around. Okay, plane light. Okay, there was another thing you said to select something here.
Ta-da! And obviously it'll be invisible. The base section of our shader, and at the back here where you can see refraction index and refraction weight, we're actually going to crank up the refraction weight, and we're going to bring our refraction index down to
Okay, but there was another thing he selected here.
So firstly, we're going to convert our luminance units to KCD.
Yeah, you don't have to convert that. It just makes
also going to change the color temperature to 5000 because we don't want yellow light.
It's just
well, you might want yellow
aesthetics.
light.
It's like, so you don't have to put a bunch of zeros there.
Stick to it. At the moment though, what you can see is our object is completely black, which doesn't really help. Yeah, it's invisible sort of, but we can still see it. So what we need to do is we actually need to come back into the base section of our shader, and at the back here where you can see refraction index and refraction weight, we're actually going to crank up the refraction.
So we crank up the refraction weight and the refraction index. See, ours was already invisible by just using the, and that's still showing in the, let's turn off this plane too so we don't have that in. Yeah, I was wondering if that might be reflecting off that plane. Okay, refraction. Okay, was there something else I missed?
To go into our, and we're looking for a script called Create Advanced Iray Node Properties.
Okay, so that script isn't there in my settings anymore because it got deleted, but we have that, I put that in there now, so a script, all right, it's not here because so, but I have this one here, create advanced iRay node properties. Okay, we added that, okay. All right, see now his is different. See when he does this?
With your object selected, double click on that script, and now when you go into your parameters,
See now, see his didn't bring up that box? That's new compare since he'd made this video.
tab
All
for
right,
your
so
object, under display, you should now see Enable Iray Matte.
okay, let's try this. Now under display, in parameters. Okay, we're going to find out it's not here. Okay, in parameters. Yeah, see, under display, we don't have any enable Iray Matte. Okay? See, so there again, it's just been changed again. So that video is kind of outdated. So, yeah, because there's no change Iray Matte here in display or anywhere here in parameters on our plane light. So I believe this ghost light factor has to be up by a certain amount here. But so now we go here. This is invisible to Iray, okay. I don't know that this is actually a reflection. This could be, it may not actually be that the light itself is visible. It's the light, it's not the actual object. So I'm not sure that I think it's probably still working right. But it's kind of weird that this is showing like that. So I guess this is going to do it for me. I will be back with more EZ3DTV. We went into this pretty deeply, so you should probably have a fairly good grasp on how this works now, and like an in-depth grasp about how this is all kind of morphed and changed over time. Is there? You are welcome, Art. You are welcome. Are we going to find a way to block light? I don't know about that. You know, invisibly block light. Is that going to be something we can actually do? Now, it says we could block it with this. We can block it, create, with this section plane, okay? Now, if I take the section plane and move it back, all right, it's blocking the light, okay? It's blocking this light here, okay? Go to 9, okay? Oops, this is because it's blocking everything above it. We got to rotate this like this. Okay, let's go to this. Iray. Okay, now everything. Let's go to our environment options and turn this back to gray. Okay, so it's cutting everything out in front, so we go like this and cut it the other way. Okay. Now this point, now if we select this here and we make this plane larger, scale it, all right, we should be able to now come into this parameter here, surface parameters here, where it says clip lights, and now, and that's not working. So, okay, so I thought that might actually work, but it's not working with this ghost light. See, so it works with regular, with a mesh light. Now, if we took all that visible render and all that stuff off the ghost light and it was just a regular light. Very good. Unknown robot. Once you go into the rabbit hole, it goes on forever. Like you are in a maze of twisty little passages. That's Daz. Great as always. Stay warm in the coming days. Thank you very much, Serenity's Gate. I have to say something about last time we had a video. I had a video. Let me see. I have to check something because there was somebody that came in and I didn't. They said hi, and I didn't even acknowledge they were here. I honestly didn't see their post. And then when they started talking, and I responded to them, I hadn't realized that something in my mind had said, oh, I haven't said hi to them. It's just, so I wanted to say something. Okay, I think it's this one right here. Go content, and we go live, and I just want, now I can't even remember who it was, and it's like, it just gets worse. Let's see. Hello, everyone. I am Rex. Pause this. Okay, so we're going to go here, and I will find out. Lithium Logica. Okay, he was here, and he said hi. Hi, everyone. He talked quite a bit, but I just didn't... I think it was Lithium Logica. Let's see. Maybe it wasn't. Okay, I have to look and see what the last video was that I did here. I think it was that one, but let's see. Live, yeah, I think it might have been this one here too. I don't know. Hello, everyone. I am Rex Red. That's me. Okay. So I'm not really sure. Okay, I'm quite sure it was, but now I'm not seeing that in the thread. Okay, oh, it might have to. Yeah, okay, yes, here it is. So it was Lithium Logica. And I just wanted to tell Lithium that, you know, I just didn't notice. He came in and said, hola, and I didn't even notice it. And nobody even said hi to him back. So, you know, that's not the way we are, okay? You know, we're always, you know, when we notice things and all. So if you're around, Lithium, or if you're watching this after the fact, hola to you, dear friend. You are welcome here, as of course you are. There's no doubt about that. So just we haven't seen you today. Maybe you're at a different time or you're out busy doing something. But you come here a lot. Yes, so it is very good. Sigmund's theme. I don't know if I dare play those because I get in trouble if then I have to go through writing all kinds of letters and proving that I own the music. So I might be better to not do that. But I do have my splash screen. So I'm going to play this and then I will be right back, people. And thank you all for watching and being part of this tutorial today. I will see you again in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. Have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. Forgot. Da 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 da. It's happy polka 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 time. So, all right. Have a wonderful. Thank you. Please like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. Today, I set up. I set up the memberships for this channel. So if you want to join and become a membership, I think it's like $3 or something a month. But I forgot to click this button. It's like so. It's like 3 months later when I finally seem. Have a good one, Angus. Angus. So, yeah, so memberships are now, I have finally found this button that was hidden that says click this and you actually turn memberships on. So they are actually, we now have members, so people can join and be a member if they would like. So take care, people. Have a wonderful evening. And yes, Angus, Serenity, Unknown Robot. And who else have we got here today? We have a bunch of people. So let's see. We've had an Art, of course. And Paul was here earlier. I'm not sure if you're still here, Paul, but thank you. So y'all take care. And I will see you again in the next EZ3D TV tutorial.